All right, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you. Ready to go?
Yes.
Go ahead. So we're going to go ahead and start the special Southgate City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 24th. It is now 5:30. Madam Clerk,
Mayor Barron,
here present.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas,
Present.
and Councilmember Avalos is,
She's
Here in
in.
the
She's
front.
here. She's just walking in.
thank you, I'll write down the time.
Thank you.
On her way.
All right, go ahead. Item number 1.
The City Council will consider receiving and filing a list of new and promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during January and February 2026. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, starting this off, John's not here. So we'll go with City Manager.
Yeah, I'm just looking for my HR director. Don't know where he's headed. We'll start. Oh, speak of John. There we go. Thank you, John. We were just waiting for your entrance just in time. We don't have any intro music, but we'll take the dramatic entrance at the last second as your shot at stardom. If I could defer to you to take this item forward, thank you.
Absolutely. Good evening, council. Tonight we have the introduction of the city's new and promoted full-time employees. But first, what I want to point out is I know there's been questions about the employees that we are hiring in the light of the city's current budget situation. But you can see here that we've frozen all positions that have been deemed essential for the city to continue to carry out its mission. So that doesn't mean that we're going to freeze every single position in the city. So, for example, if we have a dispatcher, we're going to continue to hire for a dispatcher. Police officers up to the number that we have agreed to be budgeted will continue to be hired. So if they're essential, we're going to keep hiring them to carry out the city's core functions, even in the face of the city's struggles right now and trying to resolve the budget. So these newly hired promoted individuals that are going to be introduced to you tonight are aligned with this purpose in mind, with the city's planned workforce reduction plan that it's currently implementing to cover that $9.4 million budget gap. So with that information, I'll turn it over to our Director of Administrative Services, Luis Frausto, so he can introduce his employees.
Thank you, John. Mayor, members of the City Council. I don't know if she's here yet. I propose that we skip Harmony and come back to her at the end if we can, because she is going to be here for this. Sorry.
She's working hard.
William, do you want to introduce the community development new hire? Just use one of those mics. Thank you, William. William Campano, our 40-year veteran of the city, our building official. William.
Honorable Mayor and council members, the Department of Community Development is very happy to announce that we recently hired a code enforcement supervisor who has 35 years of vast experience in public safety and code enforcement. He's joined our code enforcement team on February 18th, 2026. He joined us after working for other cities such as Buena Park, Linwood, Lawndale, La Mirada, Newport Beach, Montebello, Anaheim. He's a certified California code enforcement officer by CASIO. And I want you to meet our new employee, Jan Cataldo.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Nice to meet you.
Harmony is back, so I can I can introduce Harmony. So Harmony's back there. Well, she'll come up in a second. So Harmony is excited to join the city of Southgate. She's originally from Burbank, though she spent most of her high school years in St. Louis, Missouri. Harmony comes to the team from the Burbank Unified School District, where she worked in the budget and finance department. And before that, she worked for the finance office or the finance department for a tribal government for the 29 Palms Band of Mission Indians. And that experience helped spark her public interest in finance. She has a bachelor's in business administration and then her MBA with her concentration in finance from Louisiana State University. During her time there, she also played on the university's tennis team and still enjoys getting out on the courts whenever she can. Outside of work, Harmony loves spending time with her two wonderful cats, hiking and reading. She's looking forward to working with all of us. And Harmony, do you want to come up and say a few words?
Yeah, it's been great so far. Really excited to be here and working with everyone. It's been a wonderful experience. So thank you for having me.
Welcome to the team.
All right, back to Parks and Rec. Good evening, City Council. Today I'm going to present Julie Jimenez. Julie began her career with the City of Southgate as a Recreation Leader 3 as a cashier in 2023. She's a proud Southgate resident for the past 14 years, and she comes from a family of 6. So she's one of 4 sisters, and as you can imagine, that shaped her strong sense of community and connection. She's earned her bachelor's degree in psychological science with a minor in criminology, law, and society from UC Irvine in 2022. In her free time, she enjoys reading a wide range of books from fiction and comics to investigative journalism and exploring coffee shops throughout the Los Angeles and Orange counties. She's been in an acting role for the last 2 years as a transit services coordinator. And in 2024, she actually had a perfect audit for the transit division. So it's something to be very proud of. I don't know when the last person ever had a perfect audit here in Southgate for the transit. It's definitely a tough task. So as a new transit services coordinator, she's really excited to contribute and expand the city's transit division and looks forward to supporting the community in any way possible. So let's call up Julie Jimenez.
Hello. I just want to say thank you guys, and I'm very excited for this opportunity. I'm excited to be able to help the community any way I can. Thank you.
Good evening. So it's my honor to introduce the newest police employees. I'll start off with Matthew Consuegra. Yeah, he grew up in Downey, attended and graduated Artesia High School. Before coming to Southgate, he worked at the Downey Christian School, working with children. Recently hired as a police dispatch, and he's got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Cal State Fullerton.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. And just in the short 2 months that I've been here, I've learned a lot, and I look forward to working with our law enforcement. Yeah.
My second employee is John Leon. He grew up in Southgate, attended local schools, and joined the Police Explorer program in July of 2022. Recently became a community service officer, and he's currently assigned to the traffic division as a parking enforcement officer. He's currently attending Long Beach City College. John?
Thank you, everyone. I don't know what to say. I love my job, guys. I love my job. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Yeah. So just to expedite a little bit, I'll just introduce everyone, and then you guys can come up as a group. Number 3, it's Anthony Navarro. He too grew up in our Police Explorer program. Recently became a community service officer, and he's also assigned to the traffic division as a parking enforcement officer. Next, Jennifer Lai. She was hired as a CSO recently, also assigned to the traffic division as a parking enforcement officer. She has a bachelor's degree in biology from Washington State University and a master's degree in cinematography and film video production from Florida State University. And last, he's not here, I don't see him. We recently promoted Rafael Vega. He started with us in 2003 as a police recruit. Later that year, he became a police officer. In 2008, he became a narcotics detective. In July of 2013, he became a canine handler. In 2024, he became a field training officer assigned to the gang unit and recently promoted to the rank of sergeant, currently supervising the gang unit and the SWAT team. So you guys can come out now. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Where is Victor? Oh, they didn't put him on my list. But anyways, Victor Miranda is one of our newest police officers. I know that he came from the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. I believe you were a custody officer, correct? And he's in face training, and he's doing very well. So now you guys can come up.
I would just like to say that I worked in the film industry before coming to this, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity, and I'm learning so much about Southgate, and I hope to serve the city well. Thank you.
My name is Victor Miranda. Obviously, I'm the new officer, how they just said you guys. But thank you guys for the opportunity, and I hope to serve you guys well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
My name is Anthony Navarro. I'm one of the new community service officers, and I would like to thank you guys for the opportunity and for the chance to be up here introducing myself to you guys.
All right, let's start playing the background music for some exciting times here. I'm pleased to have Mr. Angel Reese with us here tonight. He began employment with the city in January of 2026. He joins us as a street maintenance worker where he's going to be busy fixing streets and sidewalks. Really cool that he comes with an educational background. It's really nice to see that education component come out of the yard. He studied in East LA College, and he also has construction type certifications in crane training or what have you. Angel is a dedicated father of two, and he's been married for 20 years. Congratulations to Angel. And in his free time, he enjoys extreme sports. I'll let him explain what that means. Help me welcome Angel.
Thank you for the opportunity. Extreme sports, paintball shooting, snowboarding, surfing, mud run, Spartan race. But it's a pleasure serving the community, and I let my hands speak for myself. So be out there looking out for me. Thank you.
Excellent. I've got one more individual to introduce. He's not with us today. He's busy at the counter right now. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Jose Aguayo. He actually he was employed with the city as an engineering intern. And so through all his training, he was able to demonstrate himself, and he was promoted competitively in January of 2026. He works in the engineering division at the front counter, helping the public with permit applications and plan reviews. He's got a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and 2 years of experience. So in his free time, he enjoys traveling and finding new restaurants with great food. And hopefully he'll bring some of that to us sometime soon. So please help me welcome Mr. Jose Aguayo.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. And I'm going to ask that we get all together. We're going to take a group photo to welcome you to our residence as well.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think she was looking for you. She started walking this morning. All right. Well, thank you guys again for making that presentation, and welcome to all our new employees. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Closed session.
Item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, consider the evaluation of performance of a public employee, a city manager. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C, a coalition for clean air versus City of Southgate. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney? All right, thank you. Go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience if anyone has any comments regarding closed session. Seeing none, go ahead and any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and go into closed session. we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. We're back from closed session. Mr. City Attorney? that's where can
Thank you
start.
very much, Mr. Mayor. And item number one, the city council had a discussion during the performance of a public employee. Item number 1A is city manager. City received a presentation from the city manager. And upon conclusion of that presentation, there was no reportable action taken. On item number 2, the city council received a presentation by the city attorney regarding pending litigation. The name of the lawsuit is called Coalition for Clean Air versus the City of Southgate. It relates to the status of a electric vehicle charging station ordinance, which is actually the subject of tonight's agenda. There was a motion made by Councilmember Hurtado, which was seconded by Councilwoman Davila, to approve the defense of that action by the city attorney's office, along with directions to the city manager with respect to resolution of that matter in light of tonight's anticipated action. So with that, and the vote there was 5-0. There are no other items that were discussed in closed session, and that completes my report.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I'd like to go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience who has any questions regarding the closed session items. If anybody has any questions on those two, seeing none. Any emails again,
No
Madam Clerk?
emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So I'll go ahead and can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting? All right, we are adjourned, and we'll go ahead and let me know when you're ready to start we're going to do the housing authority, right?
I'm ready.
Thank you. Go ahead and call this Housing Authority regular meeting on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. It's now 6:38. Madam Clerk,
Chairperson Barron,
here.
Vice Chairperson Rios, mic on,
Turn on your mic.
Vice Chairperson.
Are we roll call? Okay, present.
Authority Member Hurtado,
Present.
Authority Member Avalos,
Present.
Authority Member Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
Executive Director Houston,
Present.
Authority Council Salinas.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and go to item number 1, please.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, it is recommended that the Southgate Housing Authority A, approve the annual PHA plan for fiscal year 26-27 pertaining to City Section 8 program and overall housing authority mission. And B, authorize the chairperson to execute the certification by state or local official of PHA plans, the civil rights certification, and the PHA certification of compliance with the PHA plan and related regulations in form acceptable to city attorney. And C, authorize the executive director or designee to submit the PHA plans to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And making the presentation is going to be Carol? Hi. All right, Carol, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, before we continue, did we make the announcement for the Spanish translation?
Go ahead.
Very brief, the announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesitan traducción en español, tenemos audífonos en la parte de atrás, o si necesitan un audífono, por favor mantengan su mano arriba para que se les dé un audífono. Es para la traducción en español. Mantenga su mano arriba, por favor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
So want to test it out first?
Yeah. Can you speak to make sure that they can hear? ¿Sí se puede escuchar? Can you,
Yeah.
No. Hey.
Yes.
Okay. All right, gracias. Go ahead, Carol. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairperson and Authority members. This evening, we are presenting the fiscal year 26-27 Public Housing Agency annual plan for your review and consideration. Under the Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act of 1998, all housing authorities are required to submit a 5-year plan and an annual plan. It is had intent that the annual plan would provide all details in regards to the organization, program performance, operational updates, and future goals of the housing authority. The Southgate Housing Authority is a high performer, has a high performer designation reflecting strong program management and federal compliance. And the Southgate Housing Authority currently holds, as I mentioned, a high performer designation. And also the PHA plan serves as a comprehensive guide outlining the agency's policies, programs, operations, and strategies for addressing local housing needs. The Housing Authority plan is a comprehensive guideline that and it has 2 types of PHA plans. The 5-year plan, which is submitted once every 5 fiscal years, outlining long-range goals and a strategic direction. And the annual plan, which is submitted each fiscal year that the Housing Authority administers the Section 8 program, tenant-based rental assistance. And in the plan, we detail the yearly progress, updates, and performance measures. The fiscal year 26-27 annual plan represents the second annual submission within the agency's current 5-year plan cycle. The agency's plan and goals and objectives are strengthening leasing efforts and optimize budget utilization to assist families on the waiting list. Also, the waiting list opened on May 27, 2024, and closed on June 10, 2024. A total of 5,502 applications were received. The application process was done fully online. No priority was given to anyone on the time of the submission. All applications were placed on the waiting list through a randomized lottery. Another goal is conduct housing quality standards inspections to ensure compliance with Section 8 safety, habitability, and local code requirements. And then another goal is to expand the housing stock and increase the number of rental units and strengthening the owner-landlord participation to increase housing opportunities. Also, we will continue pursuing support from key grant programs such as CDBG and HOME to advance affordable housing and community development initiatives. Also, another goal is to maintain the Southgate Housing Authority's high-performing designation through consistently strong performance across all CMAP indicators. For housing, we will be promoting equal housing opportunity for tenants, landlords, and residents, and continue collaborating with the Fair Housing Foundation of Long Beach to provide workshops on rental rights, discrimination, screening, and related housing topics. And we will continue to train staff and continue to do the professional development to enhance the administration of the Section 8 program. For this annual plan, the Housing Authority Board of Directors is required to conduct a public hearing to review and discuss the annual PHA plan. The hearing must be held in a location easily accessible to the residents that are served by the Housing Authority, and all public comments received during the hearing and throughout the public review period will be presented today during this meeting. So the Housing Authority receives HUD funding to administer 671 housing vouchers, which include the Housing Choice Voucher, which is also known as the Section 8 program, the Emergency Housing Vouchers, and the Foster Youth to Independence vouchers. The Section 8 program has operated in the city of Southgate since the 1970s and currently assists approximately 379 families. The Section 8 program provides a 70% subsidy to eligible participants, and the current payment standards range from $1,760 to $3,600 per month for 1 to 4 bedroom units, depending on the household income. So the recommended actions are to approve the annual plan for fiscal year 26-27 pertaining the city's housing choice voucher or Section 8 program and the Housing Authority's overall mission. Also authorize the chairperson to execute the certifications by state or local officials of PHA certifications or civil rights certification and the Housing Authority certification of compliance with the PHA plan and related regulations in a form acceptable to the city attorney. And also authorize the executive director or designee to submit the PHA plan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. If any member in the audience has a question regarding the Housing Authority item number 1. Please keep. We can't have interruptions of our meetings, please, Mr. Dominguez, and please keep that down, please. Thank you. We'll go ahead and bring it into City Clerk. Do we have a email or any emails?
We have no emails, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Bring it back to council.
Motion to approve. And
Wait.
by the way, thank you, Carol, for that presentation. Appreciate it.
I'll second it.
We have a first and second, Madam Clerk.
Authority Member Avalos,
Yes.
Authority Member Hurtado,
Yes.
Authority Member Davila,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rios,
Yes.
Chairperson Barron.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 2.
The Southgate Housing Authority will consider approving the regular meeting minutes of November 25th, 2025.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion.
Do we need to open it up?
Yes. Go ahead and open it to any member here in the audience. If any member in the audience has a question regarding our minutes for the November 25th, 2025 meeting. Seeing none, go ahead and close that. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Rios?
Authority Member Avalos,
Yes.
Authority Member Hurtado,
Yes.
Authority Member Davila,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rios,
Yes.
Chairperson Barron.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
We are adjourned.
So moved.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, let me know when you're ready.
Ready, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and start the Southgate City Council regular meeting agenda for Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. It is now 6:50. We're going to go ahead and do the invocation. Can Tina De La Rosa? And then the Pledge of Allegiance, can we have Chief Manny? Thank you.
Please stand and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, once again, we come before you tonight just as we conduct the city business, Lord. We ask that you give us clarity of thought, Lord, and just help us with every decision that's made this evening. Just help everybody be respectful to one another as everyone comes up to the podium to speak, Lord. Just ask us, just give us the wisdom and the guidance just to further this community in a positive way. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Please remain standing. Face our flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Barron,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios. Councilmember Avalos.
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado.
Present.
Councilmember Davila. City Treasurer De La Paz.
Present.
City Manager Houston.
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Public hearing, item number 1.
The City Council will consider A, introducing an ordinance amending Title 7 of Chapter 7.49, Section 7.49.150 by modifying subsection 7.49.150B and adding subsections 7.49.150C, extended park hours, and 7.49.150D, park closure, to the Southgate Municipal Code related to curfews in the city of Southgate municipal parks to allow for permitted activities in parks without buildings beyond sunset, and to provide the city manager flexibility to amend park hours by administrative action citywide. And B, finding that this action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to the general rule exemption under CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3, as there is no possibility that the ordinance amendment may have significant effect on the environment, and as a Class 1 categorical exemption under CEQA guidelines, section 15301, as the amendment involves only a minor change to the administrative hours of operation of existing park facilities with no physical alteration to the environment. The city clerk is directed to file a notice of exemption with the county clerk within 5 working days of adoption. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for clarification, on the agenda item number 1, online, there is a typo for recommended action. There is a A, and then there's another A. So that should be A and B.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Rob?
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Community. For this item, we'll be passing on to Acting Parks and Rec Director Tina Del Rosa for a presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. As Rob said, Tina De La Rosa, Acting Director of Parks and Recreation. So before I begin my presentation, I want to just give you a little bit of background. Currently, our parks, most of our parks, with the exception of Southgate Park, all operate with a dawn to dusk ordinance. Southgate Park is the only one we're able to keep it open until 10 p.m. Just due to the nature of all the activities that take place there on a regular basis. Most recently, we have our Street Soccer USA that is going to be adding their 2-field soccer facility onto the park at Hollydale Regional Park. And with that being said, they were asking to keep that park open a little bit later just to accommodate the needs of that facility and also just assist with AYSO soccer being able to practice there on their lit facility during the evening hours. And it not so much affected during the summer season, but mostly during the fall, winter, and some spring season. So I'm going to go ahead and I just want to give you that background, and I'll go ahead and move forward with the presentation.
Tina, do you want to start without the slides and then we'll kind of catch up? Does that work? Oh.
Okay, I'll go ahead and begin. So the background is Southgate Municipal Code Section 7.49.150, which currently establishes 2 park curfew categories. One is parks with buildings and structures open to the public, which are unlawful to remain between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. unless authorized by special Parks and Rec department permit. And then we have parks without building structures unlawful to remain between sunset and 5 a.m. And the affected parks are Hollydale Regional Park, Gardendale Circle, State Street, and Sanford Avenue Park. The current ordinance bars permitted recreational programming in parks without structures from extending beyond sunset. Can you change it? Because the clicker's not working. So the proposed amendments is to section 7.49.150C, which is extended park hours. So it delegates authority to the city manager to extend park hours beyond standard curfews, subject to no park access beyond 10 p.m. without prior city council approval. It also authorizes the city manager must provide written notification from city council within 5 business days of implementing the extended hours. And also any extension must serve the public health, safety, or general welfare. So it allows the city manager to authorize programming and permitted activities beyond sunset at the city's passive parks without requiring a city council ordinance amendment each time. Section 7.49.150D, the park closure authority, it codifies the city manager's authority to close a park area or recreation facility when there's an apparent danger to persons using the property or the closure is needed for any cause, providing for the safety and protection of the public. All right, the fiscal impact. The proposed ordinance amendment has no direct fiscal impact to the city's general fund. The amendment modifies administrative authority and park curfew provisions only. It does not appropriate funds or create new city expenditures. So the recommendation is one, find that the ordinance amendment is exempt from CEQA pursuant to general rule exemption, CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, no possibility of significant environmental effect, and class 1 categorical exemption, CEQA guidelines section 15301, existing facilities, minor changes to administrative hours of existing park facilities with no physical alteration to the environment. And number 2 is to introduce an ordinance amending section 7.49.150 of chapter 7.49 of the Southgate Municipal Code relating to curfews in municipal parks. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Tina. I'd like to go ahead and open it up to the members here in the audience. If any member in the audience has any questions regarding item number 1, please step forward. And if you like, you can line up here on the left side. Thank you.
Chingus Dominguez, resident of Southgate. So, council members, you people are trash. You people truly are trash. And let me explain why I say this. So, I'm opposed to you giving this man this type of sort of blank check authority. He has domain over our parks, and he gets to make that call and determination. I don't trust this city manager's judgment. His judgment is way off. What was the thing they put on the agenda at the last city council meeting that he should have never brought back? Anybody have a clue? What was the last thing he put on the previous agenda? It was the courthouse project. Why would he bring back this failed project? Council members, if this doesn't highlight the bad judgment, poor judgment that city manager Rob Houston has, I don't know what else is going to take to convince you. You guys couldn't make a go of this project when the city was flushed with $34.5 million in ARPA funds. You couldn't make a go of it then when you had money. Now he brings it back at the last city council agenda to move forward with doing plans and designs. And what's going to happen after you complete the plans and designs? Where do you go from there? Where are you going to get the funding to renovate and fix the courthouse project? Where are you going to get the money to fix this? So it's the same mistake that he did last year with the Salt Lake Avenue water tank. The single biggest waste of city funds for 2025 was when the council members took $350,000 from the water fund to do plans and designs for the Salt Lake Avenue water tank. Again, council members, what are you going to do with that Salt Lake Avenue water tank once the plans and designs? And it's just to figure out how to dismantle it and take it apart. That's not even the cost of labor to do the actual work. Where are you going to get the money to pay for that? On top of that, we have the Information Technology Fund. There's two projects on there. One has to do with the systems and servers for the police department. The second has to do with the systems and servers for City Hall. Now, God forbid that those systems and servers should crash. But if they do, I mean, what is the city going to do with that data? Is it backed up on the cloud? How are you going to retrieve it? Is it on file? Is it on paper and office files? I mean, this is what.
Mr. Dominguez, I just need you to stay on topic with.
Well, I'm talking about the judgment of this man. He's way off. I mean, he's blowing it for our city in various ways, and the council is not being critical of the agenda. And because who determines what's going to be on the agenda? Is the city manager. So now you want to give this man this authority. Here's the thing: if you're going to move forward with this and then give the authority to one individual, I would rather see you give it to the director of Parks and Recreation or the chief of police, because in case of an emergency, it should be really in the hands of the chief of police or the director of Parks and Recreation, and that's where it should stay. I don't, and you know, the old monkey, you know, he's. I said the other person that it should fall is whoever has the position of mayor. That person should make the call. But the old monkey is opposed to this because he's so distrustful of his own kind, his own colleagues. So vote no on this, council members, and give it to either the chief of police or the director of Parks and Recreation. I'll end with that.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Jimmy Ozeda, Southgate resident. I oppose the proposed delegation of authority to the city manager under the proposed municipal code. While I understand the city's trying to accommodate the programming of Street Soccer USA, I'm deeply troubled by the mechanism chosen to achieve that goal. The ordinance would grant the city unilateral authority to extend park hours at any park citywide with only a 7-day written notification to the city council after the fact. That is not oversight. That is a rubber stamp issued in reverse. We don't need to look further to understand why that's a problem. The city is currently in a $9.4 million deficit. The deficit did not materialize overnight, and one that reflects a serious failure of administrative oversight, which now the consequences fall squarely on our Southgate residents. And now the same administration is asking city council to trust it with broad, largely unsupervised authority over park operations across the city. Let that sink in for a moment. The proposed solution is to give city manager more administrative power with less council involvement to manage our parks. That is not a reform. That's doubling down on something that hasn't proved to be successful. The proposed ordinance sets a midnight ceiling, but the floor has been removed entirely. City manager could extend hours across all of our parks simultaneously across every season with no prior council vote and no requirement for community input. Residents living in Hollandale Regional Park, City Circle Park, Stanford Elementary Park would be affected, and they would have no meaningful voice prior to any decision of implementation. If the city council is serious about public health, safety, and general welfare of our residents, then accountability must be built into this proposed amendment ordinance. I suggest a couple of things to adopt. Require prior council approval for an extended park hours, not just extension past midnight. 2, mandate advanced community notification so that residents that are going to be affected by these adjustment in park hours are taken into account. Establish an annual review clause so that you have the ability to go back on an annual basis and reassess whether this change of ordinance is paying off or kind of aligned. Require written communication so that with justification of why hours are being extended, that kind of creates a transparent record for the community. And regarding park closure, I would definitely agree with extending the authority to close parks in case of an emergency for rec centers and so on. So in regards to safety, but I would actually include that power to be extended to the city manager and the chief of police, given that it's a safety related issue. The residents of Southgate deserve parks that are safe, well managed, and responsive to the community, not to administrative convenience. So please, let's not stand here and continue to provide, issues. Is that Mike?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Good evening, council, mayor, and staff. Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. So I would like to echo some of the stuff that the previous residents mentioned. I think that it's important to have more involvement so that there's more accountability, especially with regards to notification for the residents that live in the area, because that's their area. They should have a say. They should know what's coming few weeks, a month down the line. So I think that there should also be some sort of schedule ahead of time, because I know that Street Soccer USA should be able to schedule their events well in advance. It's not like they're figuring it out a week before. There might be some events that way, but I think for the most part, they should be able to figure things out more than a month ahead. Additionally, I'd like to focus more on the fiscal impact. I know you say that there's no fiscal impact, but if these hours are extended, does that mean there's going to be security, police, additional staff that's going to be involved, and that's going to require overtime, and that's going to have a fiscal impact on our budget? So I think that a little more thought needs to be put into this, and figure out a little more, a better mechanism by which you can grant this power, and make sure that possibly, I agree with the previous resident, said that maybe the police chief should have a say in this, since public safety is one of the things that was mentioned. Again, I think that a little more thought needs to be put into this, and the residents in that area should be taken into consideration a lot more. But definitely focus on the fiscal impact to see if that's going to be something that, if it does increase or it does provide a fiscal impact, maybe Street Soccer USA can be on the hook for that. Thank you.
Good evening, Robin Lugan, resident on Hunt Avenue. I just have a couple questions. And in regards to, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the city manager is also responsible for some of the budget. So that would be oversight regarding the impact of what could be spent, whether it's lighting or security. So I understand where that would be his responsibility to possibly allow for the extending of the hours. But I'm also, if I'm not mistaken, that the chief of police ultimately rules. The idea that the city manager would not be able to, make that kind of judgment, and I think the chief of police would actually be the person who tells us whether or not it's safe to be in whatever permissible area that we're going to need to be in. And I think he has a good judgment on whether or not, he has the job. So I don't see where we would need to rely only on the city manager if there would be something. I think that if I'm not mistaken, that I think maybe you guys could also comment on that, whether or not you agree that the chief of police does have that ultimate responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more, I'll go ahead and close the public comment section. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have no emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, go ahead and bring it back to council. Any questions here from council?
Yes, I do, Mayor. So I hear the community, and I also had some of the questions that had to do with the city ensuring adequate council oversight for administrative decisions that are being made. Also including in that is hopefully making some kind of a quarterly report or a quarterly presentation to let council know under what circumstances will staff be seeking council approval when closures come. And I would agree, when we're dealing with public safety, I read the red line, and I would want to include that not only the chief of police, but also the department head of Parks and Rec also be included, because I think this is a decision that would need to be collaboratively amongst the department head, our chief of police, and our city manager. But I have some questions that have to do with how will residents be notified of any extended hours or recurring events that are happening? What mitigation measures will be used for noise, lighting, and traffic impacts? Because we know when there's activity going on, there's cars coming in, and whether or not there's going to be adequate lighting for those events. And again, just, how are the measures? How is the city measuring the success of the extended hours? Because I know it's going to be at several parks. It's not just going to be at one. So those are my questions, and hopefully they can be answered. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think would be helpful is to, I know we have two big parks. We have the Southgate Park, we have Hollandale Park, and then we have 6 other parks, small parks in the community. this kind of would trigger this compliance is the street soccer, if I'm correct, right? That we're going to be offering some program at Holidale Park and for the kids there, and it's going to involve Street Soccer USA, and they're going to provide security, they're going to provide lighting, which we don't have in Holidale Park right now. So I think that's going to kind of, as far as the other parks, dusk to dawn, I think they're not really going to be impacted with this particular code here that we're going to be voting on today. That's my understanding. Is that correct? Kind of.
Not at this time. The idea is that down the road, if there was a decision, we've changed some of our smaller parks like Circle Park, Urban Orchard Park didn't exist. They have built-in lighting now. In the past, Circle Park was complete dark. When you think of even Holidale Community Park on Industry, you live in that neighborhood, you get home from work at 5 o'clock, on a work day, and you want to take your kids over to the park. The park's closed in the winter. On the weekend, you want to go over there for the evening, maybe just to sit at a picnic table and have your kids run around. Park's closed. We don't have the staff. We don't have the budget. Everything we do every single day is budget mindful. So there's no way we're going to offer this at this point. We're hopeful that down the road, if we had more funds, we could look at that option, only if the community's interested, only if staff are recommending it, only if, we're checking with the community on limiting. We always do that. We're not recklessly just opening things for fun. But at this point, the only reason we'd look at opening hours on a park, because we don't have any funding to add anything, is Street Soccer USA is putting up a facility at Holidale Regional for no cost to the city, that will be open 7 days a week, and they have lighting that they're going to install and pay for the electricity and provide their own staff for security and provide restroom cleaning for the hours in the evening, so we don't take on an extra cost, and provide their facility at no cost for multiple hours a week to AYSO. So we're not willy-nilly just doing this thing for fun. This is a really important asset in a time where we've got no funds and we're cutting everywhere. We're trying to be creative. So that's the intent there. And then we're just looking at the flexibility down the road. We have these great assets. There's been a lot of investment. There is lighting at some of these parks. Now, not at all the parks, but where there's a possibility and the community would like it, with feedback from Parks and Rec. I'm not trying to make that decision, always consulting with the police. For the hierarchy of those that don't know it, those folks report to me. I don't make decisions in the dark. I consult. That's what we do. Just like if things get delegated to the council, they don't mind just blindly doing anything. They consult me, I consult my staff. So, it's not a big deal if it's, if delegating to me is somehow scary, fine. I mean, it's just more of a fact of the flexibility of saying that now that we have more assets invested in these parks, we could investigate as we go with, if there's no budget impact that we can't fund, extending some of those hours, particularly in the winter, if it was appropriate, with consultation of the staff and the police chief and everything. That's all. But this currently, the only purpose we brought it forward to start with is Street Soccer USA, Holiday Regional, great new asset, no extra cost from the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I think the only thing I had is, this is a park issue. Was this ever considered to be brought before the Park Commission first and then to us if needed? I'm just curious because this is something that we have commissioners to look into.
Certainly, I know that for the purposes of the Street Soccer USA, we've been on a mad speed rush. So time's been of the issue. I think, yes, that might be an ideal path, but trying to get everything lined up from their funding is predicated that they have to be open before the World Cup starts, which I'm embarrassed to say because I don't know. Is it June? Okay. Not a soccer fan, but by June they have to be open, and they can't be open if there isn't the park curfew approved. There wasn't an agreement approved. So we've been madly doing all the pieces to get them open by June. And so that step of going to the commission, then council, we're worried we wouldn't make it. But yes, to take your point, in the future, having input is always welcome.
Yeah, I just say out of the respect for park commissioners who are, very much aware of all the things that go on at the park, just for the future. And I understand the idea behind this is the streamlining, just to try to get things done a little bit faster. And I know how our staff works together. I don't think that the park would do something that's going to generate a lot of attendance without notifying the chief of police to let him know that there's going to be a potential large gathering and that he'd have to have some extra officers there. And the same thing with Public Works, right? If there's going to be a need for additional trash cans or what have you, they're going to need to be aware. So there's a lot of communication that goes on there. So I completely understand that. Thank you.
I just have one question, if I can. I know that in like Holydale Community Park, last year we did a movie night at the park, right? That was after hours. That came through our normal process. So when we're trying to like extend hours on certain locations, it's not to create a menace. The goal is not to create a menace. The goal is to create an event where the community can come out and enjoy the park at an hour that is not normally used for. One of the examples is like movie at the park, right? The golf course is usually closed by sunset, right? But we have movies at the park, and our residents go out and they enjoy the times there. So I'm wondering, how are we planning those events? And once we plan them, are we like bringing them to council every time? Because I don't remember voting on every movie at the park to approve for every movie at the park to happen. So I'm not sure why that's a requirement that we should even be looking into.
So as I was reading the ordinance, it says on there's parks with buildings or structures. Southgate Park and Holydale Community Park both have buildings with structures. So we have a 10 o'clock curfew time on those parks. So it's a little bit different.
Okay. And then so like if I wanted to do, or somebody wanted to do a movie like at Stanford Elementary Park, that would be a little different
That would be different because it's a passive park.
because it's a
And it
passive.
doesn't have a building, so it would fall under this category of same as Holydale Regional.
Right. Now, in instances like that, would that require normally a council vote
Correct. So this is kind of to help speed process along. So if we wanted to do something like that, like, hey, we're going to do this at this park, we don't have to have a whole thing and come before you and get the whole, go through the whole gamut just to show a movie at Stanford Park.
Right.
Or
Okay.
give the city manager.
Yeah, and I think I just wanted to just clarify that, right? It's not like, as a city, we're not trying to create menaces to the community. We're trying to create opportunities to use the space that we have available to optimize the use of it, right? And we have one of the blessings that we do have, and our staff has done an amazing job of identifying a lot of grant money to be able to fix a lot of our parks and make them usable for the community, is to find those uses where we can extend the hours to them for some other uses. I know a lot of residents in the Stanford area have said, I would love to be able to walk the park at night. Can we look into lighting? Can we look into certain things? I've heard others say that they enjoy now that Circle Park has lighting. Why isn't it open to be able to walk around during certain times, right? Why is it being closed? There's lighting there now, right? So I think this is a common sense approach of being able to extend those hours. And I do agree that in most cases, we've seen here on council where we've had some emergencies at parks where our police chief has, made the call of canceling events. That is a practice that we have here in the city, and we will continue to do that. I don't see that as being taken away based on this ordinance. That's all I had.
And the logistics of that is the police chief contacts me, and then we consult and then make a decision on closing the park. So ultimately it's my authorization already on that choice.
All right. What are the wishes of council?
So again, my only request is that we include the chief of police, given the fact that we are doing an ordinance. If it was just a resolution, not a problem. But given the fact that we are doing an ordinance, I would feel much more comfortable if the chief and whoever is the department head of Parks and Rec also be included. That would be my only amendment.
We could, I mean, if that's requirement was recommended, we could put the city manager in consultation with the Parks and Rec director and the police chief, if that helps
Right,
people feel
anyway,
comfortable.
they come back to you and they let you know what's going on. So I honestly don't see any issue in not giving you the authority. But again, I mean, the chief and the Parks and Recreation are always working together in order with any event that is happening. So, I mean, and again, the ultimate decision always comes to you when they make any decision that it's going to affect the community. So I really don't have any problem, any issue with having you and the chief and Parks and Recreation working together, which you guys already do. So,
And I would add, either way, with whatever language we use, ultimately, I work for you guys. So if you're not happy with any decision, you let me know. It gets corrected. You can override me. That's how the hierarchy works. So, yeah.
And
Did you have another
let me
comment,
just
Tina?
clarify too as well. It says the specific verbiage or language that the PowerPoint was just I guess a shortened version of it, but it actually says, propose a new subsection C delegates authority to the city manager or a duly authorized representative to extend park hours of operation beyond the standard curfew hours. So it does list a duly authorized.
So it's already stated. Councilwoman Avalos, did you want it specifically stated to a
I
certain
would
department?
like for it to be specific to chief of police and department head. Because again, if our city manager is on vacation,
We would have the assistant city manager be step in place like we normally would on any other occasion. And then that person would then deal with the other departments. Is that correct?
Well, the assistant city manager only serves in that capacity when delegated.
Right.
In the absence. So I don't think that we have to address that. If the request by the council is to include a sentence or phrase that says in consultation with appropriate staff, we could include that. So in some cases, it may be public works and police. In some cases,
True.
it may be parks, public works and police.
Right.
So I think you provide more assurances that there'll be the appropriate consultations without identifying just two people. I think you could amend the proposed language to say in consultation with appropriate staff.
Can we do that and add it as an amendment to the?
Yeah, so that could
resolution?
be part of the motion to include that language as part of the motion to approve the introduction of the ordinance.
So I'll move that we approve as amended.
I'll second that. And you already give us updates on anything that goes wrong. We get the reports anyway, but yeah, you can give us specific updates on anything that is a result of the changes with this policy. Okay, so motion. and second.
Councilmember Avalos?
yes, with the amendments.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila? Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
And Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 2.
Pursuant to a duly noticed public hearing, the City Council will consider adopting a resolution approving and establishing a preferential parking district on Bodine from 8813 Bodine Avenue to 8944 Bodine Avenue to prohibit parking between the hours of 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, except by permit. And B, directing the Public Works Department to install parking restriction signage within 90 days of the approval of the resolution. C, directing the city clerk to notify the property owners on Bodine Avenue of on March 5th, 2026 voting results. And D, appropriating $1,500 in gas tax funds to install the parking restrictions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, just would like to make an announcement, if I may. I will have to recuse myself and leave the dais, and Vice Mayor Rios will be taking on leading this item because I live on this street, so I cannot take any action on this specific item, okay? So thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. All right, you want to set this one up for?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, if we could just let the record reflect that the mayor, Josh Brown, has left the room and is not present.
Okay, as so noted. Okay, is
Okay,
Arturo?
yeah, certainly. Thank you, Vice Mayor Rios. I'll pass it over to our Assistant City Manager, Public Works Director, Arturo Cervantes, to give us the presentation for this. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Just a brief background. On-street parking shortages are a recurrent issue in our residential neighborhoods, as you know. The shortages make it difficult for residents to park near their homes on streets immediately adjacent to their homes. And to address this, the city's preferential parking district program is one of our tools to help address that. It helps by reserving on-street parking for residents during designated times of the day through permits. Bodine Avenue currently has a preferential parking district in place. It operates or is effective Monday through Thursday with permit parking restrictions between the hours of 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. The city did receive a petition requesting that district be both expanded and extended. It would be extended to cover the entire block. Currently, it only covers a portion of the block, so the request in the petition is to extend it to cover the entire block. And the expansion portion of it is to, rather than to have the restrictions be in place or the permit requirements be in place from Monday through Thursday, it would be for it to be in place from Monday through Friday now. The municipal code does establish a process for modifying an existing preferential parking district. All of those requirements have been met, including approval from at least 2/3 of the affected residents. So the next step in the process is this public hearing that is before you. And following public input, the city council may consider adopting a resolution to effectuate a preferential parking district. So if it's approved, if the resolution is adopted by the council tonight, the signage will be in place within 90 days. And after that, it'll be a 31-day grace period before the permit restrictions are actually in effect. With that, I'll turn it over to the council for questions.
Thank you, Arturo. And just to let the community know that we have a whole toolkit of tools for addressing parking issues in our community. I know that's a big issue in our community. So, this is how that part of the community, and that street, the residents have decided to address it. But there are many other ways to address it. So preferred parking is one of them. And so I want to open it up to the residents if they want to speak to this matter. Please state your name and your.
Good evening. My name is Selena Andrade, and I live on Bodine Avenue. I'm currently part of the residents where the parking restriction is enforced. And we always have people parking there that shouldn't be there. We always constantly calling parking enforcement, but obviously it's in the evening, so it's closed. We call the police, and they never show up. Sometimes there's no parking at all, and we tell them, hey, in front of our house, there's no parking. They'll go and issue a citation to that particular car, even though the other ones don't have a permit. They won't issue that. That's just what they do all the time if they show up, because they usually don't show up. So I don't know how this is going to be enforced. Second of all, I know that there's 2 permits per residence. My family, at least my family, we're a family of 6. I have 2 college students, 2 high school students, and my husband and I. How is 2 permits going to be sufficient for us? A lot of our neighbors are okay signing to this petition. The reason being is because our street, because this permit has a lot of handicap plaques. legal or illegal, I don't know. There's a lot. So they're like, oh yeah, I have 2 permits and I have my handicap plaque. So they're gonna have 3 permits. And that is not fair. Because if I'm getting 2 and they're getting 3 because they have a handicap permit, I mean, how many blocks really have like 5 to 10 handicap plaques? Like that's unfeasible. And then second of all, I don't understand why we are getting punished because of the parking, because of the apartments on Calden. They have a parking lot for their extra parking, and when we pass through there, they're playing soccer because they're all empty. Because they're all parking in our blocks. Now I'm gonna have to pay for a permit or extra permit, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with my other 2 cars for my sons that go to college. What am I supposed to do? I don't understand how this is fair. Am I gonna get a handicap plaque so I could have 3 parking spots? Or I just, this is really frustrating to me because I try to abide by the rules and by the law. So I'm gonna get 2, and where are the other 2 gonna go? I mean, I just don't think this is fair. I mean, I don't know what study you conducted to come up with sufficient 2 parking permits per resident. I just don't know what study did you conduct for that? Because that, to me, is not feasible.
Okay. Does the gentleman want to speak?
I'm just here to support.
Okay, you're just here to support her, okay.
I mean, I would want Mr. Maron to be here
Because he
sees
has
that.
like 3 or 4 cars too.
And he sees that.
Yeah,
He
he knows
gets
that.
that.
Yeah, and he has his city permit, and then he has 2 more. So yes, he has
He
3
did-
parking
I
permits.
think he
You
should
know,
be here.
it's like, wait a minute, we're gonna get 2, but if you get a city pass or if you have a handicap pass, you're gonna get an extra
Okay.
permit. I mean,
Okay.
I would suggest if it's gonna be 2 per residence, then whoever has a handicap plaque should have a permit
Okay,
as
we're
well.
going to try to address those questions, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. The mayor couldn't be here because he lives in
understand
the
that.
street. Okay, all right, thank you for your comments, appreciate it. Anybody else want to speak on this matter?
Jimmy Ozeta, Southgate resident. Just a quick question for clarity. I know there's a $1,500 appropriation from the gas tax funds. Just curious to see if those funds would be available if everyone decides to go through the permitting process. Would that be something that the city would invest for every street? And the other thing is, what other options are available for the gas tax funds? What else can they be used for? Thank you.
Okay, all right, anybody else before we close the public? Okay, I'm going to close the public comments and bring it back before, can you answer those questions? Is there?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I can answer some of those questions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor, if I can just read this email. I received it from Julia Quirarte, and she just wants to express interest and in favor of having the preferential parking. Thank you.
Thank you for those problems. Okay, Arturo, go ahead, proceed.
Yeah, I can answer some of these questions. Firstly, with regards to the justification for 2 permits per property, the preferential parking district program was redesigned by the council not too long ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Don't quote me on that as an exact number, but it was about 4 or 5 years ago. At that time, the preferential parking district only provided for 1 permit per property. The reason we went up to 2 permits is because 1 permit per property left some vacant parking spaces on the street. We maxed it out at 2 permits per property because that is all that physically fits on the street, meaning most of our residential parking frontages are narrow enough to where the maximum number of cars that you can fit in front of 1 home is 2 vehicles. So if you allow 3 vehicles, 4 vehicles, 5 vehicles per home, they're just not gonna fit on the street. So the capacity of the street is 2 vehicles per home, and that's why it's set at 2 permits. Now, what the preferential parking district program is attempting to do is discourage more parking on the street and encourage some of these residents to park their vehicles on their homes. Most properties have a garage, it's a 2-car garage, and then they have a driveway that fits another two cars. So most properties can fit maybe an additional 3 or 4 cars on their property. So the purpose of creating these districts, residents are deciding that they're going to encourage those residents with more than 2 vehicles to park their vehicles in their homes. So we're not trying to, accommodate six or 4 permits for property. It's just not sustainable on the street. So that's how we came up with the 2 permits per property. Now, the statement that the mayor might have an extra pass because he's a city representative, the preferential parking district does not provide for that. I think that could be verified, but if the mayor lives on Bodine, there's only 2 permits that the mayor is allowed to have. So there is no third permit because you're a city representative. With regards to ADA parking spaces, ADA parking spaces are under a different ordinance. If there's an ADA parking space, that's not governed by the preferential parking district program. That's a separate independent program covered by its own ordinance. So if there is an ADA parking space on the street, anyone with a ADA placard can park on that spot. Anybody can park on that. Now, just lastly, with regards to gas tax, the gas tax funding can be used to pay and fund for pretty much any maintenance, construction, and operation of anything that's within a public street. In this case, we're using the funds to sign the street for this preferential parking district, which is a qualifying use, but it could, gas tax monies can be used for any maintenance and construction of anything within the public right of way. So I think that covers all of the questions that were posed.
Thank you, Arturo. Just one more thing, the enforcement part of it, and can you address that part of it, Chief? Just, I know there was concern.
Yes, Mr. Rios. A statement was made that people call the police and we never show up. I've heard that before, and most of the time we look into it and our officers do go out. It's just the problem is that people call but they don't stay outside to see if an officer drives by or not. So that's a statement that is hard to contradict. As far as that we don't issue any citations, I can pull record. I mean, I don't have a computer in front of me, but that's something that could be pulled, and I'd be happy to share my information with the resident, and we can have a meeting and we can go over the numbers of citations that we issue.
Thank you, Chief. And bringing it to council, we close the public comment.
One.
Okay.
Ma'am,
okay.
ma'am, I need to stop you, please. There's an opportunity for the public to comment. That period has ended already. And we're not able to take comment now from you. Thank you.
You want to?
Vice Mayor, if I may also, yeah, our council members do have a parking permit, but that only allows them to park here in the parking lot for City Hall. That's not an exception to any other parking regulations out of the city. Oh, I'm sorry, out of the City Hall parking lot. So, council member parking sticker, or I don't even know what they look like. That's not a permit, a valid permit anyway.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. And I guess there are some folks that don't have driveways, right? And I suspect, is that the case?
Yeah, I mean, I think as Arturo has mentioned, there's only so much real estate on a street. So if you start adding up a street that has, say, 50 total spots, and they have 30 whatever 25 homes, and there's only 25 homes, 50 spots, and you give somebody 4 passes, and then you give the next person 3 passes, the next person 4 passes. By the time you get to the last 4 houses, there's 0 space left.
Yeah.
So the compromise is just due to the real estate. It's not, as much as people have more cars at site, but there's not enough for everyone to get for. And I think that's been the working through this to say, well, we're divvying up a fair share equally to each home. And if you have more than that, it's trouble. So,
Okay,
So
okay,
anyways.
all right, well, we're trying, we're
just
giving you
answering
some,
that
be
one
courteous,
question.
we're trying to address the issue here. So, I'm thinking that not all the homes would have a garage, at least some driveway, no, I would think.
the program.
No?
Okay. Ma'am.
Okay, all right,
sorry,
well, that's something we didn't know.
Can't
Okay.
talk, anyways, not supposed to talk from the audience at this juncture. But It's predicated on the real estate on the curb. So if you happen to have a garage, some people have a garage that's full of stuff, they don't park there. Some have converted it to an ADU. Some of it don't have a garage. Some people don't have a driveway. It's still 2 per. Again, it's limited real estate. There's no perfect answer here. The option for a community could be not to vote for this, but I don't think anybody in those situations thinks that's a great solution either. There is no perfect plan. This is an attempt that by choice, a neighborhood can choose to do it or choose not to.
Thank you, City Manager.
I have a clarification. Art, I think I misheard. Do you give permits to handicap, and how many I'm asking the director, I'm sorry, but we cannot go back and forward with the audience because you already had your opportunity to speak, so I apologize for that. But the question is for our director. How many handicap spaces do you have on the street? And do you give an extra permit to handicap?
Under the preferential parking district, you only qualify for 2 permits per
That's it.
property,
Nobody
regardless
with
of what the predicament is now. If the ADA parking that are on the street, I don't know off the top of my head how many
The chief
are on Bodine.
can speak on this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we don't give permits for that under the preferential parking district.
I misunderstood. Thank you.
Ma'am, I don't know exactly how many designated handicap parking stalls there are on Bodine, but what I do know is that anyone can go to their doctor and claim to have an injury and get a letter from the doctor to then take to DMV and get a placard issued to them or a sticker. But that's how they get them.
No, that wasn't, my question was, if you give a permit, obviously, we don't give an extra permit if you're handicapped, if you're ADD.
I think the key
So-
question would be is, say someone has a handicap placard parked on just the side of the street. There's no handicap space, but they're in a neighborhood and they have the placard and our parking enforcement officers come through there and there's no parking permit. Does the placard override our ability to ticket them?
Yes,
If it
that is
does,
correct.
then
They're exempt from having
yeah,
or
so it's
needing.
outside of the program we're doing doesn't include handicap, but the state has overridden all our rules and allowed the handicap permit to be
Thank
in
you.
addition.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, we go through this quite often, and by the time it gets to us, our job is to just confirm that you collect the signatures, that you confirm them. And if that's the case, we just give it the blessing. We don't have a choice at this point. The program that we have allows for people to go out and try to collect signatures. Now, they collect the appropriate amount, which is 66%. Is that correct? At the end, I'm sorry, so just so you know, I know you haven't been to council meetings before, but once we open up the audience portion, you can talk for 3 minutes. After that, we can't go into a back and forth. So again, I know you mean well, but that can't happen. Parking issues are huge. I lived on Jackson. I was the last house before the alley, no driveway. And I've been on Bodine before. I don't think there's any houses that have any driveways, so I realized that there's a big problem. Then you have East LA College out there, and then you have the apartments out there. I hear you. I get the point. There's no parking. It's going to be a hardship. But at the same time, I think if we were to say to people, hey, no, look, they have a problem. They need 4 cars. They need 5 cars. They need 6 cars. Sorry, we can't deal with that. And so at the end of the day, by the time it gets to us, so we can approve the expenditure of the funding. But once we've confirmed that the signatures have been corrected, it's our obligation to move forward with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Did you want to say something?
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. So I know the initial cost is of $1,500 from the gas tax, Arturo. What is the cost per permit to the residents?
The permit program is operated by the police department. Do you know the cost per permit? I thought it was like $65.
I believe it's $60-something
Per permit?
per permit.
Okay.
For a month, year?
Per property.
For
So
the
it's-
year?
Yes,
Okay,
per permit.
okay. So if I'm reading this item correctly, it says that the police department has a remaining 16 permits that it can generate on top of the 2 for each household. So I would like to know what would be the actual amount that those 16 will generate, and whether or not that $1,500 that is being pulled from the gas tax fund is going to be reimbursed back into the general fund, or will it go back into the gas tax fund?
I can address the question
Please.
of the use of gas tax and reimbursement of gas tax. The gas tax is monies that the city receives annually. The city's got a right to spend the money as it wishes. Once it's spent, it's not required to be reimbursed. So even if you decide to use it for something that generates revenue for the general fund, you're not required to reimburse the gas tax. You use it for its purpose, and the system is operating for a qualifying purpose. So there is no requirement to reimburse the gas tax.
So the amount that it will generate, which is 4,300, more or less, will go into the general fund. So this is generating revenue for the city.
In concept, it's generating revenue in concept, but what the way the program was set up, it was to reimburse the costs of operating the permit program out of the police department, the application fee or what have you. So they spend time is money. And so that's really intended to pay the city for the services it's providing.
Okay. Well, Chief, I hope that you can take to heart, her concerns, because she's not the only one that we've heard from in the past, that they call the police department and they're not there. And I understand it would be nice for our residents to be out there waiting, but sometimes, I don't know, it could be an hour or 2 and they're out there. Again, just being mindful, that they are paying for these permits, and, just to take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we clear this part up, because you said that the gas tax can be used as we wish, and that's not the case. Go ahead. I think.
I was just going to say, that statement is in combination with my earlier statement. The gas tax can be used to fund anything within the public right of way, pretty much. So as we wish. So if we use it for street signage, then that is the city's prerogative to do.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that people didn't
Understood.
hear that it was
Understood,
something
yeah.
else. Okay, thank you.
Then just want to state that I guess there was convening of the community, right? I would think that the residents that were here today also were involved in that. I would think. Is that the process? You involve all the residents in the block?
Yeah, this is being brought to you because of a petition from the residents themselves. So if the residents submit a petition, then city staff goes out to confirm that petition, that in fact were the residents voting from every property. And so as long as 2/3 of those residents vote in favor of, then we bring you the residents' request. This request isn't at the request of staff, it's at the request of
The community.
itself.
And is there an appeals process? Just
Is
ask-
there an appeals process? I'm not familiar off the top of my head with an appeals process. I mean, residents that vote,
Yeah,
they're
some
not
people are
voting in favor,
yeah.
right?
What is their?
Residents that would not vote in favor would be here tonight speaking with their opinion, not in favor of the district, but I'm not familiar with an appeals process. Now, the residents themselves, after 2 years after it's implemented, can come forward and request that the preferential parking district be removed, but that again is through a vote of the residents. That's not an appeals process.
Okay, so what is the wishes of
I
council?
have another question.
Okay.
So Chief, what would be the process for a resident that wants to apply for one of those 16 extra permits? Do they just come in and simply pay the additional fee?
I believe that the rule is only 2 per property.
Yeah, but in
Um,
the agenda bill, it says that you have 16 at your discretion.
Oh, well, I haven't seen that agenda bill.
So this is with regards to portions of the preferential parking district and how it works. So There's also an event parking component, so residents can hold an event and have so many permits issued. So this isn't with regards to the permanent issuance of 16 more permits. That's just to say there's capacity there to provide more space for parking, but it really fits in with the events parking.
Events parking on Bodine?
Under the preferential parking district program.
Okay, so if a resident wanted to acquire an additional permit out of the 16 that the police department has under its discretion, it will not be able to do it, or will they?
They'd have to come in and apply for an events permit, and that's something that the police
So those
department
event
issues.
permits would only be good for how long?
I believe, I don't know off the top of my head how long the events permit is for, if it's just for a single night, but it's something that I'd have to look to and come back to the city council.
Quite often, residents do come in and ask for extra permits. Maybe they're having a party, and that's why we issue those. That's when we issue those permits.
Okay.
Those are the only time that I know that we issue
Right.
the extra
So it's
permits.
just for that specific event, for that
Correct.
evening? It wouldn't be for the entire?
It's not long term.
Okay.
Okay, back to
Thank you for
council.
clarifying.
What is the wishes of council?
Well, at this point, the only thing we can do is go with the recommendation. So I make the motion.
There's a motion. There's a second. City clerk?
Councilwoman Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Rios.
Yes.
And Mayor
Motion's-
Barone has recused himself.
Okay, I'll get the mayor. That's a tough one. Yeah. We tried.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 3.
The City Council will consider introducing an ordinance amending Title 9 of the Southgate Municipal Code by adding the new Chapter 9.14, streamlined permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations, consistent with California Government Code Section 65850.7. And B, finding that the proposed addition to Southgate Municipal Code adds provisions that are administered in nature, do not approve any physical development, and do not have the potential to result in individual or circumstance cumulative significant effects on the environment. And therefore, the passage of the ordinance is exempt from CEQA review under the general rule that CEQA only applies to projects with potential to cause significant effect on the environment, and thus no environmental analysis or review is necessary. CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3. The city clerk is directed to file a notice of exemption to the county clerk within the 5 days working days of adoption. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience if you have any questions regarding item number 3.
So I wanted to say this to Mr. Perez, but since he's here, I'm going to pass this on to Mr. Signo. So I started watching, participating, I should say, in Bell Gardens City Council meetings. They had one yesterday. And there was a gentleman who was talking about new developments in their city. And these new developments are going to be coming into Bell Gardens. The recommendation that he made was that the developer should figure out how to incorporate charging stations as part of the development. So that's the thing that I want to pass on to Mr. Signo, is that if these new developments coming in, the developer really should incorporate that as part of the design of their developments. I'll end with that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Liz Ruiz on Kaufman. I'm a little hesitant to speak because I know that as chair of the Planning Commission, some of the projects do actually come in with charging stations being a part of the development. But the question I do have is whether there's any city code that makes it so that, that these places like the Azalea that used to have charging stations that aren't there anymore, but even when they were there, they receive all this public funding, they get approved, with that in mind as a perk for our community, to better our environment. Yet sometimes people who don't use them for charging are parking there. And so I'm kind of curious to see if there's any city code to, I don't want to say ticket people, but there has to be something to discourage people who aren't using these spots for, what they're there for. So that's my only question. Thank you.
If there's anybody else who wants to speak, if you can please just line up so we can kind of speed it up a bit. Yeah, make it green.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Nabil Hazou. Sorry. I'm the owner of Backtrack. We're going to be coming into, hopefully, the city of Southgate to create a development that should be actually pioneering fleet electrification. I know one of the agenda items is EV charging station. I'm not sure if my application happens to be a coincidence or not, but I'm happy to see the progress moving forward. I submitted my application. I know there's discussions about being a truck terminal, but I guess I'm here today to advocate for renewable and clean energy, specifically in the city of Southgate. I'm not sure if you're aware, but if you go on the Cal Enviro tool, it's a Cal Enviro 4.0 tool. It's a state tool. If you look and that tool in the city of Southgate, most, I would say about 90% of all territory within the city of Southgate scores the highest tier of pollution. So it goes from 0 to 100. About 90% of Southgate's territory is scored 90 to 100. So obviously, Atlantic Avenue is a truck corridor, and our project at 10,000 Atlantic is going to be transitioning the current yard, which is a diesel fleet yard, into a clean energy development where we're going to be pretty much bringing in 20 charging stations as basically as a first proof of concept. The vision actually is to actually expand. There's adjacent to 10,000 South Atlantic, there's 2 additional parcels. And in combination, there's about 56,000 square feet of land there that is currently occupied by diesel units. And my vision, and I'm hoping that the council can also, I guess, champion some of these policies that the state has also mandated, but also develop some internal processes so we can streamline our application. I submitted back in December. We're still kind of going through the COP process. I need to close escrow with my bank by May 22nd. And that's the furthest I can go out. So I need to make sure that I close escrow by May 22nd. And so, again, I'm here to kind of advocate for the adoption of this, because I think the city of Southgate has an opportunity to really position itself as we also enter into the Olympics as a progressive city adopting, renewable fleet charging.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is John Cataldo. I am an architect, and I have practiced architecture in the city of Southgate for many years. I happen to be the architect for the new facility that Nabil just described, and I want to thank planning. They've been helping us with the CUP application. John Signo has been very responsive. I encourage that you vote for the adoption of streamlining this process, because I think what's being proposed is a very valuable asset, not just to the state, but also to the city. It'll be it'll set an example for what can be done with renewable energy because the facility will be also using solar to help power the electrification of the vehicles. Thank you, and I encourage that you vote for this and hopefully also help us expedite the CUP process, which we are in the process of completing. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close the public comments. Any emails?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. John, is there anything you want to add to this or? City man, oh, he stepped out.
Yeah,
John?
nothing really add. This is really just to, we're looking to include this in our code just to get it updated to meet state requirements.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of questions for staff. So currently, what is the charge for a permit application for an EV charging station in the home?
So we have a review fee of $563 for architectural review. That's collected for any station.
563?
Correct.
That's our current charge?
That's a planning fee. And then once they come into planning and they get approval from planning, then they move on to the building and safety plan check stage, and there's additional fees with building and safety.
So do we know what the total is? More or less, an estimate?
Usually, building and safety charges based on the number of fixtures or charging stations. So
Mhm.
it would depend on how many stations
Okay.
they would have.
So what are the systems that will be in place to ensure that the applications are reviewed thoroughly while still meeting the strict state guidelines?
So we are required to have a checklist in terms of what applicants need in order to submit.
Mhm.
The process has to be ministerial, so it bypasses the planning process. It goes directly over to building and safety.
Mhm.
Building and safety reviews it administratively. It's ministerial. They need to just basically check the boxes off, make sure that all the boxes are checked, and they can process it.
So the fiscal impact, if I'm reading this correctly, is $563 that we're going to be taking a hit. That's just the initial. But are we going to be able to collect the additional fees for the additional work that needs to be done, or is it just the 563?
Yes, we are going to be able to collect the additional fees in the
Okay.
building and safety stage.
And how does this ordinance position the city to be able to compete for state or regional funding for any future EV funding that might come down?
Usually when the city applies for a state or federal grant, the state or federal agency wants to make sure that the city is in compliance with state federal requirements. And so this would put us in a better position to achieve or obtain grants.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
So, yeah, this is something that, again, passed in 2015, and we were obligated to meet by 2017. I'm just wondering how they're looking, whoever it is that's overseeing this, how they look at the people who charge their vehicles at home. I know where I live at the Thunderbird Villa, there are a few people that paid to have one of those charging things at their homes. That way, because it goes faster. I don't do that. I charge it in the regular plug-in. It just takes all night for it to do that. Do those count for the numbers they're looking for, or how do they track that?
I would have to defer to whether John knows that or our building department. We might have to find out if that level of installation, which usually isn't a 220 plug, if it requires some type of permit to install or not. I'm unsure.
Yeah, I want to say that on the building and safety side, they would require a permit for that. Again, it would be ministerial, so it's something that would be expedited.
Okay, that's good, but I'm saying to meet the requirements that the Assembly Bill 1236 passed, that says that we're supposed to have electric vehicle charging. And the reason I say that is because, you know, I go sometimes to, for example, by where the shopping centers are at, where they have the charging stations. There are people who have their vehicle charging, And, I think they leave them there all day long, even though their vehicle's already charged. Same thing out here in front of City Hall. There are people who charge it in the evening, and I see them there in the evening, and then I see them still there the next day in the afternoon. So people are leaving their vehicles all day long, not giving other people an opportunity. So at some point, that has to be addressed. That's why I just charge it at home.
Yeah, there are two different things, a broader conversation about both installation and management. This is addressing the process of installing, getting permitted and installing. And then each jurisdiction, like there's a Tesla charging center over at the crossings, across from El Paseo on Firestone, there's a big
Yeah.
unit there with multiple chargers. Tesla handles what charges they are and if they get in trouble for parking there, whatever that is. Yes, there was a grant, as I understand it, originally to put in the charging stations in front of City Hall. It was put in to kind of provide free access, but we believe the timeline of that need for free access has expired. So we are investigating putting on a sort of a charging interface that has, you pay for the charging, and then even if you're sitting there and your car's full, you start incurring more fees. So there's a management where you're the owner and you're hustling there and you're moving your car out. So that's a management thing not covered by this item, but there are ways that we could improve on the city property.
Yeah, and again, I don't have any more questions. I think this is something that is well overdue, was supposed to be done by 2017, and so I have no problem in moving forward with both A and B, but more questions.
Mr.
Thank
Vice
you.
Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm curious, I like the idea of streamlining, because I think that's something we have to do, right? Electric vehicles, I think that, and then we have a business here that looks like they're very much interested in diesel, I think also, and okay, so that's a good thing. I wasn't aware of that site that is, okay, we'll look at that. No, I kind of agree with my colleague that this is something that's past due, and I think it's also a compliance issue, right? That we
Yes,
have
need
to
stay in
kind of
compliance.
move forward with this. So I don't see, I'm ready to move forward with this and get this going.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. I'll just make a comment. I think that this is a good thing to move this forward. I think anything that we can streamline a process, especially with electric charging vehicles stations, is a good thing. As we see, a lot of our infrastructure that we're investing in here in the city is also electrical with our fleet. And I think there's a positive to that. We do need cleaner air. We do need, we understand that where we sit in the corridor here by the 710 and all the traffic that comes out through that. So if we can make a little bit of a leeway to expedite that, I think it's a positive. And because it is overdue and we are trying to get into compliance, I agree with that. But we have first and second roll call, Madam Clerk.
And I just want to add before we vote that I would like to know more about the business that you're bringing into the city, the investment here. So eventually, so looking forward to hear more about that.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, item number 4.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
can I make a request to take a 5-minute break before we go into this item?
Sure. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Is Councilmember Rios, or Vice Mayor, sorry, Vice Mayor Rios? I thought he was out there. All right, we're missing one. He was outside with his commissioners. There he is. All right, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and start item number 4, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, item number 4 is a presentation. The City Council will consider receiving and filing the presentation on the budget reduction.
Thank you. All right, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, community members. As anyone who's been following our city journey over the last over a year, we've identified a sufficient and insufficient budget that is well below what we need to continue doing all the services that our city has been accustomed to. We've identified now for at least a year that budget gap is so significant that we need action to the point where we're either making serious cuts to our services or we are finding new revenue. There was a lot of discussion in January and February to see what path the city might go on. There was a decision made to not pursue a ballot measure to increase revenue through a utility users tax on the June ballot. So that now has led us to the alternative, which is cut services. So before you will have both tonight and at our next meeting, each meeting will have roughly half our departments laying out the path in order to bridge that budget gap by cutting services. So our total gap that we have is $9.4 million, which is over about 13% of our budget, I think, roughly, overall. So these are significant cuts. We've windowed these and shown the community in October. We've gone over these cuts, which are predominantly similar. We've done some adjustments and windowed them in January. But now we're at the point where we need specific council approval or direction to the recommendations, because as we move quickly to the end of June, our budget year ends the end of June, and starting July 1st, we have to be operating in this new world. The timeline, it being only March, seems like we might be early. However, in this plan, in order to make these cuts, we have to cut a number of staff positions, essentially 32 full-time with a number of part-time positions in order to come up with these savings, because roughly 80% of our entire budget is staffing. The process to determine which staff would be impacted is tied to which cuts we're making. And then once those cuts are confirmed by council, we then have to notice officially all the impacted staff, staff that are in our unionized groups, which is the vast majority of them have something called bumping rights, which by seniority could, in certain cases, allow them to preserve their position, perhaps bump out a less senior person. That person then might be able to bump someone else and so forth. This is going to be at least a month process. So if we can get by hopefully near the end of April, get direction on which positions are impacted, the month of May for doing this bumping process. And then we have to give notice to the people that are then going to be laid off by the end of May, very early June, to allow for a 15 working day notice to have the reductions completed by June 27th before July 1st fiscal year. So that's the rationale of why we're here now versus later. We get direction overall, and we're hoping between the presentation tonight and the one on April 14th, which will be the remainder of the departments, you then could give us either confirmation that the recommendations should be followed or whatever adjustment would be made, and that will give us the guidance we need. This is not the level of detail type budget where we have every single line item dialed in. That process has started in March, or actually in February, and it's running parallel. We have a normal calendar where all those details of every line item and all the paperwork and the entering into our financial systems, that's running along parallel and will be completed We estimate for May review and then June adoption, which is our normal calendar. But we can't wait, as I said, that long because we have the personnel aspects that need to be decided sooner. So I hope that clarifies why we're here, the timing of what we're doing, and that the focus here will be on the big picture, which is hitting the target to fund the $9.4 million gap. This presentation tonight will be started by myself and then handed over to the 4 departments we have on the list for tonight, that being our administrative services, which is finance and IT department, our police department, our HR department, and then our public works department. So with that, I'll outline that each department, as they discuss these reductions, will talk about their share of the $9.4 million that they were assigned to find for savings. Could we back up? Oh, I got it here. The second is the proposed reductions that cuts both salary positions and other costs. Then the impacts, a side-by-side of what services are currently being offered compared to the cuts that will be part of this conversation. So with less staff, less dollars equals less service. So that's a change to what the community is used to. And then in the end, at the end of this presentation, we'll look for any council direction, understanding you may have some comments at this point. There may not be specific direction because you may want to see the presentation on the 14th to get the totality of the picture, but we'll take comment or direction depending on the council's pleasure. With that, I'll do the high level of the $9,400,000 before handing it off to our department directors. So 12%, I said 13, 12% of our general fund is 9.4 million. We did extensive planning of how to assign this to our different departments. We, by size of department, the police department's roughly 55% of the whole budget, which would be about $4.8 million in cuts. However, we spend a lot of time line by line with the police department because there's a lot of essential services in every department, but I'd say the police department has even more than the rest of us when it comes to 911 services, health and safety, minimum staffing per shift, minimum staffing to man a 24 hours, 7 days a week, 911 dispatch service, the support of the records folks, the jailers, the many positions that go into the police department. We said, what is the maximum cut they believe they can operate in without compromising life and safety? And we came up not with 4.8, but 3.4 million. So once that number was known, we took the remainder of the 6 million and divided it up by department, by size of department, to come up with the allocations. And then each department director took these amounts and worked through how can they achieve these cuts, taking out all everything. There's a lot of essential things that went, but the core services, preserve them, and then find the savings by cutting out many things that people love, but that are just needed to be ceased in order to make the numbers work. So you'll see each department has an amount here on the next slide. We break it out larger font, 3.4 million for police, 2.3 to Parks and Rec, 1.2 to Public Works, 1.1 to Community Development, and so forth down the line. The smaller they request, the smaller the department. So with that, I then want to hand it over to our first department, the Administrative Services Department, and for individual detail, and I'll pass that over to Louis Frosto, our Admin Services Director.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. So for administrative services, our proportional share reduction target was $423,665. We're achieving this reduction of $455,000, a little above the target, through 5 main ways. The first one is the reallocation of administrative services salaries to special and restricted funds. This is allowed by law based on the type of work that the staff is doing. We have staff in finance and IT that are supporting citywide enterprise operations, including water, gas, and sewer. So we took a percentage of those salaries, not the full salaries, and reallocated those out. We're reducing our financial and accounting professional services funding by approximately $50,000. We're eliminating a business license inspector position and also an accounts clerk position, and also reducing some costs that we had related to department events and meeting costs that we originally intended to budget for. In terms of impacts, two things. One, on the business license side, we contracted out with HDL for the processing of business licensing. It's been a rough start, but we are looking to be on track to achieving some of the goals that were originally outlined when we decided to, when I say we, I wasn't here, but when the city decided to pursue that avenue. With that being said, the enforcement side of that house of business licensing was never something that HDL could do, just because they are a company that works remotely and does not have a physical presence in our city. The business license inspector position that we intended to fill to help with the in-person enforcement side is something we're proposing to cut. A lot of the current complaints related to business licensing that HDL is not able to assist us with is being rerouted to code enforcement. But we understand that code enforcement is also being severely impacted by these cuts. So what likely scenario is very little to no enforcement on business licensing moving forward. So just to recap, our target was 423,665. Our proposed reductions are 455,000. We're proposing eliminating 2 positions. We are not proposing eliminating any programs, but there will be an impact to the capacity and on the enforcement side for business licensing, the lack of enforcement. That wraps up my department's presentation. I'm going to be handing the mic over to our police chief to go over the police department's reductions.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council and members of the public. So the police department was tasked with cutting our police budget by $3.4 million. Now, this was a very difficult task. We had to look at different programs and events and personnel to be able to hit the mark, which is the $3.4 million. So I'm going to go over the different items that we're cutting from the police department. Item number 1, to eliminate the crime scene forensics unit. Now, this is a unit that has 2 positions. And basically what they do is they assist in processing crime scenes and assisting our detective bureau when they get called out on major crime scenes. Item number 2, to eliminate the crime prevention unit. This is 1 position. And basically this person is responsible with the coordination and maintaining our neighborhood watch program, our crime prevention program. And under this position, we have a lot of the coordination of the major events that are supported by the police department. Item number 3, to eliminate the crime analysis program. This is 1 position. And this is the person that creates the data for us to analyze, to identify areas of concern, areas of crime, so that we can best deploy our resources so that we can create some impact in those areas. Item number 4, to reduce our police record specialist from 12 that are normally budgeted for to 9. Now, these are the folks that provide assistance to the public. They do data entry, and they also work as matrons when processing females that get arrested. This will also result in the reduction of hours of service for the public, and I'm going to go a little bit later. I'll go into more detail. Item number 5, to reduce our our police officers personnel number from 86 to 81. And as you know, police officers have a huge responsibility in keeping law and order and maintaining public safety. Item number 6, partially eliminating our domestic violence program. And I have it as partially because initially this was one of the programs that was going to be eliminated, but we found some Measure A funding specifically for homeless outreach. So we're able to keep this position, but it's only going to be operating at about 30%, and 70% of it is going to be homeless outreach. Item number 7, to eliminate the school crossing guard program. By eliminating this program, we're basically eliminating 48 crossing guards that provide assistance to our children during school hours. Item number 8, to eliminate the body-worn camera system. This is the system that allows us to collect evidence that helps us with criminal investigations, but also with litigation when complaints come in. Number 9, to eliminate the flock license plate reader system. Now, this is an investigative technology that helps us with identifying vehicles that are wanted for crimes. Number 10, to reduce, and I only have listed here our patrol budget by $800,000, by reducing our overtime budget for patrol. The impact there is that we are lowering the amount of officers that are out on the streets per shift by 2. So, for example, if on a Tuesday morning we had 9 officers, now we're only going to have 7. And so, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. I'm also, it's not listed here, but I'm eliminating $79,000 from our Detective Bureau budget. Again, our detectives respond to a lot of major crimes to process those crime scenes and do investigations, interviews of suspects, victims, and witnesses. I believe I have item 11 to eliminate our administrative office assistant position. So this is one person who will be eliminated, and this person is responsible for assisting the police department in recruitment and processing of police applicants. So this next slide, it's a comparison of the current levels of service and what we're looking at as we move forward. So currently we're budgeted for 86 police officers that are both assigned to patrol and detectives duties. Now, by lowering 5, that will bring us down to a number of 81 police officers that are assigned to both patrol and detective services. As a result, what I believe is going to happen is that anytime that you put less officers out on the street, crime will increase. Response times will increase, waiting times will increase, investigations will take longer, and based on the level of activity and the level of personnel, we will consider not responding to some calls for service. And some of those calls for service include disturbances where people don't want to sign a formal complaint, traffic accidents where there's no injuries, homeless type calls, people experiencing mental problems, and the list goes on. Currently, we have a crime prevention unit that coordinates all the neighborhood watch programs. By eliminating that position, basically, we're not going to have anyone that coordinates those events for the police department. As I mentioned earlier, we have a crime analysis program that provides data so that we can best deploy our resources. By not having that person, then it's going to be really hard to identify criminal trends so that we can, again, address those crimes. By reducing our record specialists from 12 to 8, what that means is that we're going to have less people to help us with data entry and mandated reporting that we have to do to the state and the county, and reducing the hours of service at the front window from currently it's 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and that will be reduced to, and that's every day, and it would be reduced to noon to 5 p.m. every day, but closed on Sundays. As I mentioned earlier, we have a full-time domestic violence program, but because the funding issue that we're using grant funding from Measure A to fund that position, now that person is responsible for only being able to help victims of crimes one-on-one with certain needs that they have, but 70% of the time would be focused on homeless outreach.
And before I go on to the next slide, just there's a correction on the right. Should be record staff reduced to 9. We had put in 8 there, and that was an error.
Thank you. Continuing with the current services that we have a crossing guard program, which includes 48 crossing guards at 37 different sites for 18 different schools in our city. By eliminating that program, basically we're losing the help that we have to help us with children, and also the eyes and ears of the police department for the schools during school hours. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are cutting about $879,000 of overtime. Again, this will result in less officers being out there, basically removing 2 police officers from every shift, which again will result in waiting times and increased response time to emergencies, and not be able to have proper staffing for the large events like the street fair, the carnival, the parade. So we do have a very good body-worn camera system that again helps us with obtaining evidence, that helps us with transparency and accountability. And by not having that, we really do expose our city to increased liability. We do have the license plate reader system that helps us identify wanted vehicles. By not having that system, we're not going to be able to track or identify or help us identify vehicles that are wanted or that are connected to crimes in our city. And again, by eliminating the administrative office assistant, all it's going to do is, as you know, we have a lot of openings, and we mentioned that we still have to hire personnel that are essential. And when we lose that person, then our ability to hire people efficiently will decrease. And yeah, the crime scene forensic unit, again, we're not going to have anyone to go out there and process crime scenes. And so basically that responsibility is going to fall on our police officer or the small detective unit that we have that are already tasked with having those responsibilities. And again, to recap, our reduction target for the police budget is $3.4 million. The proposed reduction is 3.4. That means we're eliminating 13 positions and 48 contract positions, which is the crossing guards, and 5 major programs being reduced or eliminated. And thank you. That ends my presentation.
Thank you, Chief. We're going to pass it on to our Human Resources Director, John Hamilton.
Good evening, Council. As you can see on the screen, the Human Resources Department was tasked with the reduction of at least $266,000 and $482 on top of that. Just a real quick reminder, if Council recalls back in 2022, this department was constituted based on a comprehensive study that was performed by a third-party consultant to determine what the appropriate staffing levels would be, as well as what those positions should be for the effective, efficient delivery of both human resources and risk management services for the city. And unfortunately, because of these cuts, I had to stray from those recommendations, which is going to put pressure on the department. But if we were to go to the next slide, kind of working from the bottom up, you'll see that we did try to find some savings by reallocating some of the salaries, much like Director Frausto had said he had done within the Administrative Services Department, since some of my staff does work on some restricted fund type projects, recruitment for water and whatnot. We canceled some training for citywide, but I think the two most significant is number 2, which is our Employee Relations Committee events. These are the events that we do to keep, to recognize our employees, and to create and foster an environment where the morale is high. And so we didn't eliminate the program, but we substantially decreased. I had to substantially decrease the funding that we have to that. But I think the most significant is I have to eliminate the risk manager position. This is a division manager level position in order to meet this target. The risk manager is who oversees the risk management program. This includes liabilities, liability and insurance acquisitions, workers' compensation processing. It's got a lot of responsibilities. So by eliminating that position, if we can go to the next slide, it did save the city. I was able to get $281,000 saved. But what that does is it certainly compromises and creates some difficulties in the delivery of risk management. So with the elimination of the risk manager, it's going to shift. I have to completely reorganize the department because now I have one less very complex position, and it's going to shift all those duties onto the remaining employees. And many of these duties are complex. It's going to require quite a bit of training and some monitoring, which means that the efficacy of the ability to provide these programs is going to be reduced because I'm losing a very experienced risk manager as a result. But the elimination of this program is also going to eliminate our ability to do some prospective risk management functions, such as event pre-inspections. We may no longer be able to do those. We may have to limit the safety trainings that we've been participating in. Some of our subrogation efforts may have to be reduced or eliminated. And it's also, as you heard the chief just say, there's going to be probably additional risk management functions that are going to be imposed upon upon my department as a result of potentially greater litigation exposure from the body-worn cameras no longer being there to protect us. So the increase in the possibility of claims being processed through the city may actually, and it has to go through risk management. So that's certainly going to put quite a bit of pressure on these functions, and hopefully not reduce the efficacy that we can have too much. But we are certainly looking at how we triage and what programs may have to be that we can provide may be eliminated to make sure that we are hitting the more important ones. And then in addition, by reducing those ERC events, it's already having the morale within the city is already greatly impacted as a result of these discussions as it is. Reducing these events is also hindering. So Morale is something that we keep high here because it assists us with retention. And it's those employees that we can retain that are great employees that we are going to lean on to continue to provide services to the quality level that we can with the limited number of personnel that we have. So the reduction of the ERC program means likely a reduction in morale, and hopefully we'll do everything we can not to cause it for us to lose good employees, but it will more than likely hinder our ability to keep morale high. And with that, I'll pass it on to the next, I think, Arturo.
Mayor and council members, if I can just start off with the mission of the Public Works Department, that's in the planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the city's infrastructure. The city owns large infrastructure systems that require millions and millions and millions of dollars for budgeting and operation and maintenance, like our streets, our water system, our traffic signals, or what have you. This year, our budget is somewhere over $120 million. We've been tasked with a $1.2 million cut, but that is could be a little. The understanding of that could be that it's not a lot compared to our budget. It actually is. Our program is, our department is funded largely by restricted funds, by grant funds. We have over $100 million. Or about $100 million in grant funds. For example, this $1.2 million cut represents our cut to the general fund. Our total use of general fund is only slightly over 7 million. So 1.2 of slightly over 7 million is a really high percentage. So the cut is in a very focused area, and so we're very limited in our decision making in terms of what we cut. So some of the programs that are bringing forward to you in terms of cutting are those that I don't desire to cut, but I really don't have much of a choice. So the what you're seeing here is the itemized cuts, as other departments have explained. These cuts are impacting our infrastructure and our maintenance of our infrastructure. So we're eliminating graffiti removal workers, 4 of them, which will impact our graffiti program. We're eliminating electrician position, which will impact our maintenance of our traffic signals and street lights. We're eliminating a facilities technician position. We just programmed that position because we've got a new park that we have to maintain in this $30 million Urban Orchard Park. Now we're eliminating that position that was going to help us in maintenance of that, which now further impacts our ability to maintain all the parks as a whole. We're eliminating a deputy city engineer position. That's a second in command type position in the Public Works Department that was responsible for basically taking the lead and overseeing the entire engineering division. So that's a significant hit. Then we're eliminating 2 administrative positions, both in the engineering division, and replacing them with 1 coordinator. So we're in some ways asking 1 individual to do the job of 2. So you could imagine the impacts to efficiency and productivity and being able to support an engineering division. We're also freezing a principal civil engineer position. That's one of our more significant or more experienced positions. It really limits our ability to manage complex projects. We're also impacting some of our maintenance programs. For example, our maintenance of our trees. We have over 15,000 street trees that city maintains, so we're going to have to cut back on that program. We're also cutting back on our 20 mile decorative lights that require maintenance and replacement at a certain frequency. We're then freezing I've spoken about the freezing of the principal civil engineering position already. The 4th one is a significant where we're reclassifying engineering staff with, in essence, entry-level staff. In essence, the engineering division is currently staffed to manage a CIP program that's complex, with a deputy city engineer that requires many, many years of experience, 3 principal civil engineer positions that are highly experienced positions, also requiring many years of experience. And we're eliminating all of that, and we're replacing them with entry-level positions. That really cuts into our ability to manage significant projects and manage them and keep them moving at a schedule that one would like to see to be able to meet our deadlines, whether it's a grant-funded deadline or internal deadline, because there are projects that we want accelerated. But largely, our engineering division is being taken from a seasoned division to an entry-level one. So lots of training. And then we are reallocating salaries, as some of the other departments are. In our case, it's a little bit different. What you're largely seeing here in the cutting of all these engineering positions is a restructuring of engineering. We went from an engineering division with three significant sections, down to two. So we've created what we call the Water Resources and Development Engineering section, which allows us to move people, engineers that are general fund funded, into a water environment where we can charge their time to water. Well, that is great for the water engineering. It's just our need is elsewhere, right? We have so many other projects, so it really cuts into our ability to move projects forward, like parks and recreation type projects, other street projects, development projects, or what have you. So the impacts to service. Right now, we operate a graffiti removal program 7 days a week with 4 crews. We have a 24-hour turnaround time. That means that as soon as we get a report of graffiti, we're able to remove the graffiti within 24 hours. We're cutting that down to graffiti removal just 4 days a week with just 1 crew. Right, so largely our ability to remove graffiti within 24 hours goes away, and that could take us up to a week of time. So one thing that we don't take for granted is not getting complaints, right, from people. They call in, they report it, graffiti is removed. I think something that we can look forward to regularly as we're moving forward is, I called in graffiti and it's still there. I called in graffiti and it's still there. Why is it still there? Well, the response to that is just there's going to be more graffiti in the city that 1 crew can handle. Our park maintenance is going to be downgraded. As I mentioned, we constructed a brand new park in the Urban Orchard. This is a very sophisticated park with complex systems across all areas, from electrical to mechanical to recreational or what have you. With these playgrounds that you've now seen, we budgeted for an enhanced program. We now have to eliminate that enhanced program, which not only eliminates the enhanced component, it now downgrades the maintenance of all our municipal parks, because we have less staff to spread across all of our parks. The Tweety Mile has decorative lights on our street trees. Those are on 24/7. They require maintenance year-round. Largely, when lights go off, we replace them. And then the lights have to be replaced every 4 to 5 years. So there's about a $65,000 annual cost to that. So we're eliminating that. What does that mean? That now means that we don't have funding to replace those lights. So we're going to leave those in place so that as they fail, we're no longer going to be maintaining them. So what is going to be common at some point in time is that folks are going to be driving down that corridor. Some trees are going to have lights, others are not, and it's just going to be a hit and miss, and we will get the regular complaints. Also, trees need to be trimmed, so sooner or later we're due for trimming. I've directed staff not to trim the trees, because if they do, well, in essence, we'd have to eliminate all these lights now. So we're going to let the trees themselves do away with the lights slowly as they grow. They're just going to snap the lights right out of the branches. So we can confidently say that within the next year, you'll see some significant failures of those lights and eventually their removal. Our tree maintenance, we've got over 15,000 street trees. Under a prior budget cut situation for the city, we move our tree program from a 3-year cycle to a 4-year cycle. That means we trim our trees once every 4 years. Now we're proposing to trim those trees once every 5 years. And so that is a real challenge for the city, particularly as it relates to claims. We've been doing really well with this 4-year program, but it's likely that our risk for claims is going to increase. Not only that, one thing that is common is, residents call us on a regular basis and they want their trees trimmed because they drop leaves, they drop berries, or what have you. And so we can expect to hear more from residents because of those cuts. I mentioned we were going to be cutting an electrician from the team. Right now, we operate with a 6-person crew. We will be down to 5 individuals. That's significant. One individual represents, almost 15% of our staffing. We maintain our own traffic signals. We maintain our own street lights. We have over 4,000 of those, just to give you an idea. We maintain electrical systems in our facilities. We have extensive facilities. You have a 99-acre park. It's just one out of the 10 parks that we now have, and we've got 6 electricians, so we're going to be down one. So what we can expect is, particularly on street light outages, we can just expect that they will be out for longer periods of time. Next slide. And then this last one has more to do with the engineering restructure that I've already talked about, where we were fully equipped with a seasoned team. The council actually approved the upgrade of our engineering division maybe 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, when Chris Jeffers was here, recognizing that the need for engineering just continues to increase, particularly with light rail coming through the city. Pretty soon we're now really busy with light rail, but this is a $8 billion project that is coming through the city. We're challenged with that, with our $100 million CIP program, with development, with residents at the counter, and just the demand for engineering services is extensive, and we've just downgraded the entire engineering division into more of an entry-level type program. So we're staying abreast all of our projects to the extent that we can, but you'll see a significant slowdown in project delivery. So with that, our target reduction, we're not achieving it exactly. We're at 1.272, but we're proposing reductions at 1.256. We are eliminating a lot of positions in a very concentrated area, engineering, and that's 9 positions, and we're impacting 5 programs. And so with that, I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Art. So that essentially concludes the 4 departments of our group that we would review tonight. In the interest of time, we thought it was, and just staying the focus of trying to cover an entire city budget, we broke it into 2 pieces. Obviously, it's somber news. This has been months and months, well, basically a year of work of the departments really talking to their staff, analyzing how to minimize impacts to the community as much as possible, getting down to core, not just not getting rid of the fun stuff and sticking with everything else. It's going past that layer into the really needed, but can't be seen as critical. These departments, as well as when you'll see next meeting, are really down to the bare bones. So although many of those items on there, and you could hear the impacts of all these cuts, would be nice to somehow save any item that, there's a desire to try to save, then results in where's the resulting new funding to offset that. If there's a $200,000, let's save that, then there has to be $200,000 found from somewhere else. And that's going to be the difficulty of conversations. So obviously we'll take direction, but that will be part of that math that we'll have to do. Staff have tried their best in working between all the departments to get to a number that does balance with, but just know it's been really hard, and it's very difficult to think of all the great staff that we're going to have to do without, and the great services that we are proud of, and the staff having to know that we're not going to be there like we used to be. With that, obviously we have another bunch of departments to do next week, but if you have any questions, any comments, thoughts, we'll take them. If you do want to propose, moving forward on this list now or something, you can, but again, there's not a rush. That could be done at another meeting. And is there, any feedback?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, next meeting, sorry.
Yeah.
Next meeting.
Next
April
meeting.
14th.
Okay.
Which is actually 3 weeks from now.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Let me go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. We have any member in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Please line up. You're up against the left side. Thank you. Or your right side.
All right, council members, you people are trash. You truly are street trash. But before I focus on you, let me address the chief here and why I think he's a scumbag. So now he wants to get rid of the body-worn camera program. That's a scumbag move. For the chief to do that, basically, you're going to allow the chief of police to beat the fuck out of me and Rodney King my ass, and it's not going to get recorded. No one's going to see it, and he can do this, and there's not going to be any proof or documentation. I mean, that right there is a scumbag move. I don't think the chief should be doing that. But okay, you're going to allow him. You're going to allow the chief to get away with that. All right. Well, clearly, you people do not care about protecting the interests of the residents. So having said that, now let me focus on the city manager. So the reason why the city manager is a disaster is because, again, in classic Southgate tradition and style, he's late. He's late with these cuts. These cuts should have been implemented back last year in 2025. If he was smart, if he really had his act together, he would have done these cuts back then, and perhaps you wouldn't have to have spent $2.2 million in general fund reserves just to get us to where we are today. What was on the agenda for the last city council meeting? It was the mid-year budget presentation. And in the item report, it states that the city spent $2.2 million in general fund reserves just to get us to where we are, because no one anticipated the cost drivers to escalate to be as high as where they currently are. And now we're now in a $10 million financial deficit, a financial hole that our city needs to figure out how to crawl out of. So if the city manager were really smart, really had his act together, he would have done these cuts last year. He's late with this. The other thing I wanted to hit on, talk on it. What did I hold that right now? The carnival. Can someone explain to me, how is it? We had a carnival this past week. How is it that we're able to afford a carnival in the midst of this financial crisis, the biggest financial crisis this city has been hit with since the days of Albert Robles, and we have a carnival going on? Who's footing the bill for this carnival? I'm just curious how the hell the city is able to afford a carnival amidst all this. The cost drivers. So during Mr. Frausto's presentations, he identified 4 cost drivers that are beyond the control of our city council. Well, there's a 5th cost driver. Does anyone want to take a guess as to what it is? Anyone here? Anyone? Because I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it. It's right here. It's right here, and it's right here. It's our department heads and our council members. Now, our city manager and Mr. Frausto aren't going to say that the council and the department heads are the 5th biggest cost drivers, but the public knows this. The residents know this. This is why if you go on social media, they're trashing the hell out of you. They're saying you people are nothing but a bunch of scumbags. You go to that fucked up Facebook group, Southgate News. This is what they're saying. They're saying that you people are a bunch of low-life scumbags. So, council members, the thing you also need to be focusing on cutting, right here, the agenda. You need to start taking a look at this and be more critical and cutting it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Robin Logan, Hunt Avenue resident. I was not prepared to see the cuts that was actually prepared today. I feel a little dismayed due to the fact that, we did have 2 incidences at the park just this week. And it was mentioned about a fair. Granted, all it takes is just one person to be a real trooper to bring stupidity to an event. And therefore, we're not going to have the staff. I came here in December and I mentioned that my major focus was safety for pedestrians. because number one, there's not enough police to actually patrol. We have been told on many of the different council meetings in the past from residents that say, oh, crime went down, so we don't need the police. Well, apparently, we do. The other issue is I'm the crossing guards. I'm astounded at the same time I understand that, it's going to have to be the people who are the village to raise a child. So whether we as a group, and I want to also thank the mayor for inviting me with the Kiwanis groups to do the actual cleanup that we did. It looks like we're going to actually need to worry about us residents. And I hope everyone out there hears me in stating that it's not just Public Works that picks up the trash. You need to pick up your own trash. You need to tell your own kids to pick up your own trash. What are you doing and allowing? I saw my neighbor across the street just dump stuff right into the gutter. And I was just like appalled. And it's like, wow, interesting. The idea is that we need to police ourselves. We can't just allow for ourselves to live in squalor. At the same time, somebody said something about, well, on a Facebook group, I think it was a police scanner group that said that, oh, what is this? Ghetto? Well, it's East LA, basically. So yeah, we are in the ghetto. We are in the barrio. The idea is, do we want to stay that way, or do we want to put back Southgate on the map? PL's Dodge, Southgate, Firestone exit, Southgate. Do we want to be known, or do we want to be known as, oh, look, man, we had 2 police incidences at the park, and we had someone die at the park. Do we want to be known as that, or do we want to be taking pride? So, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Next. Good evening. I'm Ronald Velasquez, Independence Avenue. I just had a couple questions on some of the items that was brought up. One on administrative, the elimination of the position that kind of looks over business licenses. I guess out of curiosity, what's the possibility of money that could be lost without, holding businesses accountable, or the collection of funds? What's the potential loss on that? I'm a little curious about that. Question for Chief Arana. One of the things that I was looking at other communities, other cities, one of the things that was brought up was crossing guard. That's something that was brought up weeks ago, months ago. I did notice that there are some cities that have volunteer programs. Is there something that the police department might be considering where, soliciting volunteers for crossing guard duties with training that could still assist? Because I think that's a big concern for a lot of people in the community. And I know that sometimes some groups participate in that, but just kind of throwing that out there just to see what we can do while we kind of hash out the, the situation that we're in, right? So that's it. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Jan Bautista, Southgate resident off of Veneta Avenue. I'm really sad to hear the budget, as I just heard it, complete surprise. I was actually coming to remind, I guess, Public Works of a couple of streetlights that are missing for the past 4 months. I've called, I've come by personally, and nothing happens. And this happens to be at off of Duane and Anetta. We are at the corner of Duane and Anetta by the park, which I commend all of you guys for the renovation, but we do have to keep it up. And having to hear the budget cut, particularly on the police department, is very sad. I'm right around that corner, and I see tremendous amount of things that you wouldn't imagine. Particularly with the lights missing. I don't want to tie this into the park extended hours, but there are people that park on that street under dark situations and do terrible things. That's their business, but we have to go every morning to pick all that up that is left behind. things that shouldn't be happening in cars in dark areas. So it's really sad to hear of all these budget cuts, and I really do hope that there's a solution, as the gentleman stated. There's that school off of Atlantic and Tweety. Tons of children walking on the side of the street, not inside the pedestrian walk. So it's very dangerous. I do hope that this gets taken care of. We as taxpayers provide as much as we can, and I do hope that the resolutions come about in a safe way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Councilor. As you can tell by my shoes, they're wet. Do you know why they're wet? Because you've locked every single door to the City Council Hall. I tried the south door, the west door. Thank God our chief here came over to open the north side door. You're denying entry to all of the residents. Why is that? Just want you to ponder about that, and I want the residents to understand what you're doing. That's why my feet are wet. I had to walk across the grass just to get here in time. As you can tell, I barely made it. Again, just further incompetence from you guys. I don't like it. Now, I already told your chief I don't like that either. Our residents deserve better than this. I'm absolutely flustered and angry with you guys. Because if this happens to me, it's happening to others. How many people tried voicing their opinions here today and they were denied because these doors are locked? And there's no speaker or intercom to talk about this. Sorry, I know you're, are we on an item? Or is this,
Yeah, this is an item, our budget reductions.
okay.
There will be non-agenda items a little later as
Okay,
well.
thank you, sir. Okay, well, I don't have much time left, but I had to voice that, obviously. And I'm saddened that other people can't voice it. I keep seeing the number $9.4 million. Have we not updated our operating deficit? Because if I'm under the right impression of what the slideshow showed us last meeting, we are now going to be operating with a negative, well, I should say a deficit of 10.6 million. Why aren't these slides updated to show that? Because that was adjusted. And that was made official by a financial director, I believe, or administrative director. So if you can just give me that at least. I don't have much time left, guys. I'm really emotional about this. I'm going to hit you up, though, coming up in just a little bit with that open discussion. But I would at least like to get that clarified because, not council member, but City Treasurer De La Paz made a really good reference. And thank you for bringing that up. You had said, is UUT going to be able to cover this? And with this item, is UUT going to be able to cover it? Because 7% is what we're under the impression of being charged as residents. And that's supposed to cover the 9 million. But if we're now looking at 10.6 million, why aren't we taking this into account? Again, this was all brought up by you guys during the last meeting. So kind of apprise this, please. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, council members. Thank you, directors. Appreciate your time. Thank you, residents. My name is Brandon Williams. I'm the MEA president currently. I came into the south door about 25 minutes ago, so I'm not saying he's lying, but pull a door, come on. Secondly, I just wanted to say to the lady that had a street lighting incident on her street, I really do feel for you. Our director is saying that we have 6 budgeted electrician positions on staff. We're going to reduce it by 1, but what he probably isn't able to get into the weeds of is that we actually have 3 electricians, right, that are operationally running in the city. So you have 3 electricians that are running around. 3 electricians includes a supervisor. For about a year, they operated with 2 electricians. So you want to talk about a department that's just inundated with work. The homeless are stealing copper out of our pull boxes. They're dealing with that issue. They're constantly here. I'm pretty sure they're exhausted, like a number of people in our departments are exhausted. Lastly, I did want to add that I really want the residents to just be mindful that these aren't just numbers. There's actual people that are affected here, and a lot of my members are affected. And it really sucks. I know some of you guys have been laid off, some of you guys have lost a job, but some of these people have been here 20, 25 years. They plan to retire here. They grew up in this community. They've been working here their whole careers, and you're talking about laying them off. That's, I try not to cry up here because I do get emotional too, but it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous to hear. It's ridiculous to know that people that I've been working alongside for 16 years are just not going to be here. It's a hard pill to swallow. So I want people just to really understand that you're affecting people's lives. You talk about the UUT. Southgate has been operating without a utilities user tax, the only city in the area that doesn't have one. No one wants to pay more taxes, but let's be honest. Linwood's in a deficit, and they have a utilities users tax. Southgate doesn't have one. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to pay more taxes to get the services that you want. And I think this community deserves those services. Everybody's been working hard here to minimize this impact on residents, but moving forward, we're going to see some hard cuts, and you're going to see a reduction of services. It's unfortunate, but it really is what it is. You're going to see a reduction of service with the reduction of staffing. Thank you, guys.
Good evening, Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. Just want to touch on a few things. If you can answer, you mentioned there's a severance or there's people leaving the community. I'd like to know what the severance package looks like for them, people that are being offered to leave early. Also, regarding some of the cuts that are discussed today or were discussed today and are going to be discussed in the next meeting, are those cuts in line with what residents prioritized in the survey that was conducted for the UUT that hasn't been shared with us? I'd like to know that as well. And also, regarding some of the positions that are eliminated, how many of those positions are currently vacant and have been vacant for the last few years? Specifically, I'd like to see if the chief can answer this. You're saying we're going from 86 police officers to 81, but is 81 still more police officers than we had last year? I'd like to know that as well. We have crossing guards currently, right? And this is just a question that I'm not, or the answer that I'm not familiar with, but traditionally, is that something that the city is responsible for? Or is that something that LAUSD perhaps has something to do with? And I like the idea brought up by the gentleman who spoke earlier about perhaps having some sort of volunteer involvement. I know that there's a lot of nonprofits in the community. I certainly would be willing to volunteer for that. So I think that's a great idea. And I like what the previous resident from Hunt Avenue said also in terms of making sure people are picking up after themselves, making sure that there's people volunteering for graffiti or what have you. I think those are all great points, and we should definitely be thinking of those kind of things to help out in our community. So with all of that, again, I'd like to know the number of police officers that we had last year versus the 81 that we're going to have this time around. And I'd also like to know the vacant positions, those that are being eliminated. How many of those have been vacant the last couple of times? And lastly, I believe we had an issue with the door last time around. I believe Public Works Director went out to check it out. So that sounds like it's an ongoing thing that needs attention. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more for public comments. Go ahead.
Lizeth Ruiz, voy a hablar en español, a ver si se le hace más fácil traducir. Y también le conviene al público por YouTube. Quiero expresar la desilusionada que estoy de ver que he tenido que llegar a este punto. Esto está muy pésimo que parte de lo que se va a cortar son las inspecciones de los negocios, algo que nuestras...
I'm sorry, Liz. You have to give a pause
Oh,
because she needs to
sorry.
translate in English.
She says she's disillusioned for all these cuts.
Of the business licenses, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Y eso es algo que nos ha hecho mucha falta en nuestra comunidad.
It's something that we've been missing in our community.
El enforzamiento de los códigos es esencial para nuestra ciudad que ha sufrido mucho
Code enforcement is important to our city that has suffered a lot.
cuando hemos tenido varias compañías que han abusado de nuestro ambiente,
We've had a lot of companies that have abused of our environment,
contaminando el aire y la tierra,
contaminating the land and the air,
eliminando la posición encargada de crear y mantener relaciones entre la policía y el público.
eliminating the position that maintains relations between the police and the public
Es muy lamentable,
is sad,
especialmente en nuestra comunidad que suele desconfiar mucho de la autoridad.
especially in our community that does not trust in authority.
El programa de violencia doméstica que hoy más que nunca se necesita,
The program for domestic violence that we need more than ever now
no debería de ser cortada,
should not be cut,
especialmente ahora que ha salido en las alegaciones contra César Chávez,
especially since now the allegations that have come over Cesar Chavez.
y espero que más mujeres en nuestra comunidad
I hope that more women in our community
tengan la confianza y el apoyo de también salir adelante y superarse en ese aspecto.
can have the trust to speak out in that aspect.
Especialmente yo sé que nuestro departamento de policía sí ha tenido ese apoyo en el pasado.
Since we know that our police department has had that
Support.
support in the past.
Y no de hablar de las cámaras corporales que cubren al público y a la policía.
And about the body cameras that protect the community and the police department.
Eliminando las posiciones con experiencia nos va a salir más caro en el futuro.
Eliminating these positions with experience will cost us more in the future.
Porque vamos a perder la memoria institucional que de por sí nos hace mucha falta.
And we will lose our institutional knowledge that we're short on now.
Mantenimiento de los árboles es esencial para la salud de los árboles.
Maintenance of the trees is essential to the health of these trees.
Se supone que los árboles no se deberían de ser podados más del 20%.
The trees should not be cut more than 20%.
Me preocupa que para ahorrar van a cortar más
I worry that now it will be longer when they cut them.
y el resultado va a ser que se van a hacer más débiles
The result will be that they will be weaker.
y van a causar más accidentes de lo que ya hemos tenido.
It will cause more accidents than what they already do.
Y las luces, ya llevamos días aquí por la Hildreth entre la Tweedy y la Abbott.
Yeah, there's many days about the lights here on Hildreth and Abbott. There's been many days
That they haven't worked.
que ya no han funcionado. They haven't worked.
El peligro es muy grave y me preocupa el peligro que corremos yo y mis vecinos.
The danger that my neighbors and I run worries me.
Porque muchos caminamos por la tarde ya que se va el sol.
Many of us walk the streets once the sun goes down.
Si esta presentación no hace obvio la emergencia fiscal en la que hemos estado,
If this presentation doesn't show the emergency that we're in,
entonces no entiendo qué están haciendo aquí.
I don't understand what you all are doing here.
Estoy hablándole más a usted, la concejal María de Pilar Ábalos.
Speaking more specifically to Councilmember Avalos.
El voto contra el UUT fue nuestra oportunidad, la única oportunidad que tuvimos
The vote against the UUT was our only opportunity
para poder sacar fondos, ya que en todo el tiempo que tuvimos
to get funds in all this time.
no han traído otra solución.
They have not brought any other solution.
So, a usted todavía la culpo yo
So I still blame you
por todos estos cortos
for all these cuts
y por echar a nuestra comunidad atrás.
and for leaving our community behind.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more public comments, I'll go ahead and close that and ask for any emails, Madam Clerk.
We have no emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Do we have any questions?
To clarify the record, the question that was before this council on the 24th of February was to declare a fiscal emergency. That vote, which I voted, was no. I am not in any way, shape, or form taking away anyone's ability to vote either for or against a UUT. Need to make sure the record is clear. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I'd just like to ask for some clarification on that statement. We could not get to a UUT vote for the June ballot because we needed to all declare a fiscal emergency. Is that correct?
Yeah, the procedure in order to go on the June ballot was a 5-0 council vote for a fiscal emergency. And then passing that hurdle, it allowed for a vote to put it on the ballot. And it could be 4/5. However, you have to do the fiscal emergency. So when that vote did not pass, there was no opportunity then to vote to put it on the ballot.
Okay, so I'm just asking, making a no vote on the fiscal emergency would qualify as not wanting to vote for a UUT. Wouldn't that make sense, Councilwoman Avalos?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
I did
thank
not
you.
take anyone's vote.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So in regards to the presentation that was made, Mr. City Manager, I think it would be helpful if we could have actual numbers next to the items that are listed in here. Just for point of reference and clarity, under, I think it's administrative services, where they talk about reallocating a certain percentage of admin service staff salaries to funds 412, 411, 212, and 522. Can we get clarity as to what those line items are? Because the community is not aware of our accounting and how we divide it. All we have are just numbers. So if we can get clarity on that and hopefully give amounts next to each one so that we understand exactly what we're talking about, because this is very general.
We can provide that. And just so you know, there's limits to how much can go to things like gas tax, water fund, those type of, that's what these funds include.
Okay.
And
But the community
we've
is not aware.
maximized those. So although we can get you the detail,
Yeah.
I don't recommend that we could increase that as an alternative to some of the cuts.
No, just for clarity, because people might say, well, what is 412? What
Okay.
does that mean?
Yep.
What is 411?
Right. Chief, I do have one comment regarding the question. I think there was a question that was made regarding staffing levels a year ago for our police department. If we can kind of clarify that, but I also want to make sure that our finance director is also involved in this conversation because part of the number that was police officers that we had on staff is really undervalued because there was so much overtime that was worked during that time, which accounted for almost 10 police officers. So if you really wanted to quantify it, I would ask that you also include that as well, please, because the total number of officers that are on patrol is still going to be a lot different from a year ago to today. So if you can just clarify that, please.
Certainly.
Can you?
Okay, so to answer that question, right? About 2 years ago, we were as low as 64 police officers. And over the years, we did a good job trying to hire police officers. Currently, we are at 71, but due to attrition and officers leaving to go work for other police departments, that number has varied since last year. But what I can tell you is that you're correct. Although we had from 64 to 71 officers from 2 years to now, because we do use overtime to be able to fund additional police officers to have a full complement, to be able to address the needs of the community based on the date and time and the level of activity that is happening in the city. Because of overtime, we were able to basically run our police department as if we were at full staff, the full 86, and at times, because we really should be at 100 police officers, even more than 86 police officers. Again, because of the overtime that we were able to use.
Thank you. And Louis, if you could just clarify, what, you know the amount of the overtime that we're cutting in the police department? I think it was close to 800,000.
It's actually closer to $1 million. 800 something thousand is just for patrol, but to be honest, that's PD depends on overtime to be able to function at the current staffing level. So the city manager kind of mentioned this earlier in the conversation, but when we came up with those targets that you saw up there earlier, the proportional share for the police department would have actually been about $4.8 million. But in discussions with the chief and with the city manager, we wanted to make sure that the police department was meeting the basic service levels required for public safety. And in those discussions, we determined, the chief determined that a $4.8 million cut to PD was going to impact the department's ability to provide those services. So that 4.8 was reduced down to 3.4, which the police department felt they could meet while still meeting basic minimum service requirements to the public. With that being said, the police department does spend roughly $2.5 to $3 million a year in overtime. So we're talking about a reduction of about 1/3 of their overall spend, which is significant.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ruiz, you had a question?
Well, related to that, I guess we do have our jurisdiction, but we're also partnered with regional law enforcement, right? I mean, there is that. I know that sometimes, for whatever the reasons, and I know with some of the ICE raids, we went to help Bell and so forth. So how does that work? Because I know that we had the sheriffs this weekend here over the helicopter with the park and so forth. So talk a little bit about the relationship with some of the neighboring police departments and how we support them and they support us.
Yes, sir. So the Southeast Police Department belongs to the Southeast Police Chiefs Association. And so an agreement that we have with the other chiefs of police is that we will support one another in creating partnerships. And so we do have, for example, we have a traffic coalition, and sometimes they're here, everyone is here, and sometimes we lose our traffic officers to go assist Huntington Park. And maybe a different day they're at Bell, assisting Bell, and then they'll come back and work at Southgate. So we try to be equitable in the way that we do share our responsibilities and our resources. But we do that with the gang task force, the traffic coalition. We do that with HOST when we go out and do a homeless outreach. And so there's different, this is a way to be able to augment our numbers to be able to address certain issues throughout the year.
Yeah, and as far as, I know we employed a new strategy the last couple of weeks with the police department. Chief, you talked about it, where you had some of our gang team special unit help out with some of the patrol because of the employment of officers. You piloted a net. Talk a little bit about what that effort was to try to see how it would work. I think you were.
So to be able to maintain adequate staffing, we're using our gang unit to help with regular patrol operations. Where before, we didn't include them as part of the minimum staffing. Now, because of the shortage of overtime funds and shortage of personnel, we're tasking them with having to reduce their ability to focus on gang-related crimes to assist our patrol teams with regular patrol operations.
But during that time, I know you came back and you expressed that there was concern by police officers, that they felt a little bit understaffed out there the last couple of weeks because we tried it and so there is that concern. So it's going to be difficult. I guess that's what we're some of these cuts, right? I mean,
That is correct, sir. So we actually started lowering our staffing levels maybe like two months ago. And since then, I've been keeping track of different levels of activity. And I can tell you that there's been several times where, because we only had 7 officers out in the field, and there were incidents where like maybe 2 or 3 officers were dealing with a person having mental problems, while another 2 or 3 were dealing with a domestic violence, and then maybe somebody else was dealing with a robbery. And at one point, the only 2 that were available to respond to any calls for service in the city was the watch commander, who is a lieutenant, and the field sergeant. So it's putting a lot of stress on our personnel. And it really does come to public safety, not being able to have proper staffing. It's a major problem for me and concern.
Thank you, Chief. Just since I know there were some of the other questions that were asked related to the crossing guards volunteer. I did ask about that, but you might want to talk about what is, because I'm thinking, yeah, when a time like this, maybe the community does want to step up and help out, whether it's the pool, whether it's graffiti, helping out. But then we have unions, we have different things. So do you see where the community could step in and help out a little bit during this time that we have this situation going on?
Yeah, it's probably multi-layered, but if we stick, say, just to the crossing guard example, it's strange to think that the school districts don't handle this. And I don't know who made a historical decision many years ago, but throughout Southern California, cities pay for this, and it's not just us. And LAUSD won't pay for it. We've asked. City managers before me have asked. Generationally, we've asked. They won't do it. They're dealing with their own budget cuts. But once they say offered to pay for it for us, they're now on the hook for probably $50 million times every city. So they just will not. So the answer would be we provide it or nobody does. The idea of switching it somehow to a volunteer program, I obviously can defer to the city attorney, but liability. Liability. You have people, the contract service is almost $750,000 for those 48 part-time crossing guards. And a big part of that is, of course, they're getting paid, but they cover the liability insurance. And there are accidents that happen. It's usually not the crossing guard's fault, but the lawsuits come and that insurance is expensive and the liability resides with the crossing guard company. Who takes the liability if a volunteer company takes it over? If it's in the right of way, it's going to defer to the city. So how can we defer? Who takes that liability? It'll be the city. And then instead of paid people that have been trained in this process, it's volunteers. And then if you're trying to make a case in the event you're going to court, and they say, well, who is directing traffic when all the cars run into each other? And it's like, well, a well-meaning community member that doesn't have any training. The liability just triples. So it's, in theory, it sounds great, but we don't see that as being achievable. And that's a contract service. And then you bring up, what about, trying to have folks take over the pool? Again, you've got liability. You need trained individuals that have certification in life-saving skills, lifeguarding. And then you have liability, of course, and then you also deal with, there are state laws, and California has a very strong union state law. Our HR director could give specifics if you want to go deeper, but if you have jobs that have been traditionally unionized and you try to just make them go away and still have the work done by other staff, like volunteers, you'll run into a violation of state law as well. So there's a lot of limitations for some great ideas, but I'm trying to give, do you want to give a brief summary of that particular clause that creates problems of existing city work being taken over by others?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. Our own MOUs that we've negotiated with our employee unions actually specifically indicate that we are to work with them to make sure that traditional jobs that are filled by our employees remain with our employees, and not be contracted out. We have to meet and confer with them on that point. Even more recently, state law has been greatly moving in the direction of eliminating, to the greatest extent possible, cities to even use independent contractors in positions that would be filled by ordinary employees. We have notice requirements now to the unions as a state law. And as a result of that, the push in the direction is to make it so that they either remain with employees for employee-related work that we have already created positions for. So in a nutshell, that kind of, we have state law and MOU law. And I mean,
That's good. And that just finally, I'm really just referring to the questions that the community asked, because I still want time to ask my questions. And the last one I asked was, they asked about the severance package. You want to talk a little bit how, I know it's a process, just a little bit, what we're offering to employees, just a little bit so that you can have an understanding, because there are some potential layoffs coming up, and just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I would say that we are, we've got some proposals that we've put together for severance. We're early in the process. Nothing's been given out because we're waiting, as I mentioned, sort of in the steps. We've got direction from council on where the cuts are. That leads to which positions are impacted. That leads to a month of bumping. That leads to a final list. That leads to then noticing. And then that leads to severance. So we're a couple months out. I think, whether or not we're able to go into the detail, I certainly would say we're not ready right at this moment, but we're trying to balance the fact that, these people are now going without paychecks, to have some compassion and to provide some crossover, nothing lucrative. We're also looking to provide a voluntary separation alternative for staff that maybe are willing to go, maybe to retirement, maybe somewhere else, to free up a position that someone who doesn't have another option, who might be on the layoff list, could move to. So we're trying to be fair to the organization, fair to the budget, but also fair to these people that haven't asked for this. They didn't do anything wrong to create this. And so getting into the details of the dollars, I think we'll have to wait a little bit, but when we get a little further along, we'd be probably able to share that.
I do think it's important to add, because there's a question about vacancies and how long things have been vacant. When we do a workforce reduction plan, when we see this potential ball rolling down the hill, the first thing we do is we identify positions that are in active recruitment or could be in active recruitment, and we freeze those positions, because that's one less body that later on, if we get to the ultimate point where we have to consider layoffs, that we actually have to do that. And so there's a process. I believe we started this freezing process well over a year ago, whereas I mentioned earlier in the special meeting how we're doing recruitments now, but it's for core functioning positions. So those positions, so we've had a gradual increase in the number of vacancies in these positions grow over the year. And that is in an effort so that we can limit the impact we're going to have on real human beings that occupy these jobs. Now we're sort of rolling into a second phase of that, which is asking people, we have people that are retirement age eligible, or folks that just may would have the desire to move on voluntarily. So we're accepting applications and inquiries from people who might want to do that. As the city manager said, we're eliminating programs which eliminate positions. And some of those positions are occupied by real people. And what we're trying to do is every effort to create a place where maybe they can qualify for another position in this effort to make sure, because we had Brandon Williams, the MEA president here, who expressed to you, this is impacting real human beings, real employees that have given their all to this community for many, many years. So we're phasing this process in this workforce elimination plan so that ultimately when we have to get to that point where we're looking at layoffs, we've reduced that number. I think we had 35 positions we initially identified. We're trying to get that list below 10. But it's an effort that Rob and I have been working on in relation also with the finance director and the other directors in participation and in great partnership with our unions to effectuate a plan that we're doing right now.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
I just had a question because you brought it up, Vice Mayor, for our chief. With the mutual aid, do we get any reimbursements from them or vice versa?
No, ma'am, because when other agencies come to help us out when we need help, we don't bill them. And so when we go out and assist them, they don't bill us. So that's why it's mutual aid.
Okay, so then there's no reimbursements of any kind.
There's no reimbursement and there's no payments either. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Tina, I want you to answer the question regarding the carnival. That can you answer the question regarding the carnival? Why we had it, the cost, and how much did we pay?
So we actually don't pay anything out to the carnival company to come out. In fact, they sent us the profits of the carnival, which I have right here, which was they will be paying out the city $21,012 for the carnival, which we're utilizing this funding.
So basically, we profit.
We
from the
profit. This is a
carnival.
profit, correct?
Yeah, there's we will be providing at the next meeting, April 14th, when we go through the Parks and Rec Department budget, the list of all the special events that we've had in the past, which is really such a legacy, but unfortunately looking to be drastically reduced. But in there, we'll have each special event and how much there's a cost to the city or a benefit to the city. And so we have situations where, like this, especially when you have to have road closures, the amount of staff time and then traffic and ability to like set up the street fair, the total staff costs of that works out to $120,000 a year for the overtime for police and all the closures to set up a fair in the street. And then you set up a carnival in the park and you don't close off all the street. And then you have way less costs, remarkably less. And then in the past, we had an Azalea Festival, which added beauty pageants and other costs for programming, which had a cost. But with this scaled down carnival, we were able to get a profit from it. And the method to that madness is we went ahead and said, even though July 1st is the cuts, we would like to have a July 4th event, have fireworks on the 4th. It's the 250th anniversary of the country. If we say no to fireworks one time, we're off a list. We'll never, and we want to come back later, we'll never have July 4th again. There's 30 cities waiting for the small amount of firework companies to take that job. But to fund the $30,000 firework costs, our plan was to hold this carnival. We now have 21,000 towards that cost. And then the carnival profit from the 4th of July, we hope will cover the remainder to at least cover the fireworks. We're trying to be creative. We're trying to balance cost with service. And you'll see at the next meeting, certain special events cost a lot, don't have revenue. Others maybe, so that'll be part of your decision-making process to see, is there a way to preserve some special events or some might have to stop.
No, and I just want, and I know that we have another presentation next council meeting, so I'm going to leave some of my questions until then. But we knew that this was going to happen if the UUT did not pass through council to declare a fiscal emergency. And also, it's heartbreaking because programs. We talk about programs, we talk about every services, but again, we are also talking about people who are going to be laid off, and that is heartbreaking because it's not just one or two; it's 32 positions. So that's the tough decisions that we need to make as council to come out with the $4.4 million. So I'll hold on my other questions until our next council meeting.
Thank you. City Council.
Yeah, so the question about volunteers, I think it's already been touched upon enough, but just to reiterate, at the youth program, we're required to have insurance, liability insurance for all our coaches, our assistant coaches, team moms, and all the children that participate, including the board members. So, thinking that, oh yeah, we can put volunteers out there, it's a liability. We got to make sure it's safe for them as well. We actually had a situation a few years ago where a crossing guard and a child that she was walking with, she was holding the stop sign, got run over by a car. So again, we got to protect them as well. The standards, appropriate staffing standards, if we did not have a structural deficit for years, the number of employees that we would have would be much higher. All this time, we would have had 100 officers. We would have 6 code enforcement officers as well, and a lot of other departments. But because of the situation that we have been using less employees and getting the job done. Now we're asking to reduce that even more. That is incredible. Yeah, we're talking about the savings. We spoke about the impact to those employees that are leaving. We spoke about the impact to the members of the community who are expecting police, who are expecting graffiti to be removed and all that. What we haven't talked about is the impact to those employees that are staying. What we are now going to require them to do is to do the work that more people used to do. And I got to tell you, the reason I am highly concerned over that is that I supervised at the post office for many years. And at the tail end, I couldn't take that anymore because, and I used this example once before, but it's exactly how it worked. I had 30 routes in Downey that I supervised. I should have had 35 routes, but someone thought just compressing it to 30 routes could get the job done. It was a struggle. But then we were told, no, go in with 5 open routes every single day. Not only was that a very serious impact to the employees that were there, we were in violation of national agreements, local agreements, and the service level was horrible. It was bad. We had people delivering mail at 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night. Then someone thought of the idea of eliminating total routes. So we went from 30 routes to only 25. Now remember, the territory was still there. We still had to deliver the mail. But now we had 25 scheduled routes. And then someone in their infinite wisdom thought, got to go in 5 open routes anyway. So now we had 20 people doing the work of 30 people that should have been 35. We had deliveries going past midnight. And that's just not the way you conduct business. And what we're asking our employees here is to work harder. It's just going to be a bad situation. So again, I really think that we need to consider putting this UUT on the ballot in November. Maybe we can start that discussion. Maybe I'll do that later on in the when we're speaking of non-agenda items. But I'm going to ask that we put this UUT on an agenda item so that we can discuss putting it on. I really wish we could have gotten through this already. I'm going to ask the city manager to consider the following. Is it possible? I know right now we're looking at making a $9.4 million cut. It's a risk. Can we hold off on part of it and cross our fingers on the UUT in November? I don't know who coughed over there, but it's here. But again, my fear is what could happen to this community in terms of safety, the children going to schools, our employees who are going to be highly taxed. We're looking at potential injuries. We're talking about our police officers how we have so few on the street, we're putting their life at risk. And the people in the community who are depending on the police. It's just a very bad situation. Again, I understand that we can't, but none of the things that were presented tonight are to my liking. We don't want to cut this, but again, unfortunately, so much misinformation out there on social media. It's disgusting. It really is. I really hope that people do their own fact checking. And I say this too, fact check what I'm saying. And all these communities around us have a UUT. They've had it for years. In some cities, they've had it for decades. Some cities right now are putting ballot measures on to increase taxes in their cities, and they already have a UUT. They already have the same sales tax that we do. They already have the property tax that they collect. And what we're putting our community in is really, nickel and diming the whole thing, trying to get by. But again, look it up, UUT by city, and you'll see just how many cities have it. We don't, we've never had it, but unfortunately, $11 million was added to our budget, not through anybody wanting to spend that money. It wasn't us. Costs went up, $11 million went up. And the misinformation that's out there, it's politically motivated. Please don't buy that. Do your own fact checking. But yeah, I think the best thing to do, at least from my standpoint, is to hold off on making the decision as to what to accept here tonight until we get the other presentation done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you had some additional questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask a few questions related to some of the, because I know that, like Councilwoman Avalos mentioned, I would like to see the cost. And some of it is that, like, and I'm concerned, I'm just some concerns real quick. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. And I know we're not going to make a decision today because we need to hear the other part of it. But I am concerned about reduced public record specialists, I mean, and limited assistance to the public, I mean, and closing down as far as, our office hours of service. It's just, I guess, are we open right now, Chief, all the time? Is that the way it is right now? I mean, in regards to that item right there?
That's correct. Currently, the window is open from, like say, from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. But that's going to change in about 2 to 3 weeks because I had to shift schedules and to give our employees some notice.
And the body cameras, because I'm concerned about that. I think that's an important item for our officers to have. And I know a lot of departments started just getting into how often do they have? I know we purchased some recently, not too long ago. How often do we have to upgrade those vests or the body cameras? Or is it the body cameras, not the vests? It's just
No, it's just a camera. It's just a small device. So what we have to renew is the contract with the company. We have to pay for storage, and that's why it's expensive.
Oh, so it is expensive. You don't have a number right now to get us an idea, but you'll have us a number. You'll give us a number.
I do have it.
Okay.
So for the body worn camera, yearly cost, it's give me a second here, please. $137,000 a year. 137,000 a year.
So
and that's to be able to outfit all of our police officers, our custody officers, even though they're in custody, working the jail, our CSOs, basically anyone who has contact with the public.
Okay.
And trust me when I say this is one tool that I don't want to lose, but when I have to cut $3.4 million, I have no choice.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, guys, and thank you to the staff for their presentation. I will say that this is a very hard conversation to be having. One of the things that I commend our staff in is that we attack those cuts in a very equitable way, right? Because there's many cities that would say, we're not going to touch this one department we're going to cut it off from somewhere else. Our city didn't do that. You know, our city said, no, we're going to take this on, and we're all the departments are going to see it, and we're going to try to figure it out in a way that's equitable for all the departments. And we understand that the police couldn't take, you know, 50% of the cut, right, because of public safety, but taking 38%, almost 38% of that total amount is, I think, it speaks volumes. But I'm very worried about public safety. I think that's one of the primary things that we need to always, you know, prioritize. I am happy about one of the cuts, just on a personal, you know, note, because I'm not a fan of the flock cameras. I haven't been for quite some time. After speaking with a lot of advocates against them, so I understand that they save or they help law enforcement, but they're being used in a way to attack our community, and I think that that's something that we need to take a look at. So I'm actually happy that that's taking place. And you know, I really want to just say that it is very hard when these positions are being listed, because these positions have names attached to them, right? And we're just seeing the position, what it's called, but these employees have already been spoken to. They've already been talked to by our staff. Those conversations have already been had. And walking in City Hall has felt a lot different than it did a year ago, right? And there's a reason for that, right? And I think that we need to make sure that we address that reason, and that we figure out ways to always prioritize the needs of our community, because one of the things that I think gets lost is when we cut staff, that, and pretty much what we're saying is we're cutting the services to our community. And I think that that's missing. I think we're missing that aspect of it, is we're seeing that there's less, you know, things that are going to happen, but I think we also need to account that these employees that are not going to be there, they had a function in our city, and they would allow for certain things to happen. And then second, they would free up other people who are now going to be responsible for taking that on responsibility to be able to do other things. So I also want to just hold off on making the final decision until we get the full presentation for it. I think it would be fair for us to do that. But I also want to echo my council member Hurtado's point in saying that I would hope that we can get this going on the November ballot and have that presentation as soon as possible, so that we can have that discussion. And hopefully we can do that soon. And if we need to during the non-agenda items, or I don't know if that's going to be needed, if we can just speak it now. Yeah.
You're not, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're not asking to vote on it.
Right.
And we're not commenting on it. All we're doing right now is just asking for it to be placed on the agenda.
Yeah, thank you. I think if it's okay, I would like to be able to say that I second Hurtado's, Councilmember Hurtado's comment, and to say that I would like to see if we can put that on the presentation as soon as possible, so we can have that discussion.
Mr. Mayor, with that, I would also like to echo that we also include, hopefully I get support, to do a finance oversight board, to take a look at all of our finances and see where the money is all going. Again, to regain that trust with the community. So hopefully I can get a second on that, because I think that was one of the issues that back in 2008, the community understood, that there was going to be some kind of a citizens oversight, of which we did have something in 2012. So for me, it would basically boil down to having that financial oversight by community members.
You just need, can we just get a second on that? And then
Well, I believe that at the last meeting, when we had the information, Mr. Vice Mayor Rios mentioned that, and I second doing some form of oversight.
we're not going to
Yeah.
discuss this substantively.
Right,
tonight,
right, but that part
If
was
I could-
addressed.
Would I be permitted to just clarify the request?
Yeah.
Without getting into decisions? Okay, thank
Right.
you. So we could, I believe, bring this back to the next meeting because we have really the entire package of putting it on the ballot, and we just really have to change the dates from the June ballot to the November date. We have all the other information that we could bring back. The idea of a finance budget review committee that's assigned by a council, if it's all right, I can bring back to that meeting a potential structure that would have, potential scope, potential schedule, potential what they do, and for your review at that same meeting. Just, being mindful of our staffing levels, as you've already seen. My only thought on it, which I can bring up at the next time too, would be tying it to, creating it if we pass the measure versus trying to support it if we don't, but that would be your choice. But I've been at cities that have these type of structures, and it is a very large staff support, all positive, but there's a lot of questions in it. And our finance department would be adding, hundreds of hours per year to support it, which again is great. But if we're in a budget cut mode, that would be hard to support. But we'll talk about it at the next meeting if you'd wish.
Okay. Yes. So I'm okay with the amendment to that request, if we can include that. Thank you. And then can we, so for this item, do we just receive and file since it's,
And Mr. Mayor,
or continued?
Continue.
and Mr. Mayor, if I may
Yeah.
as well.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
yeah.
just want to clarify. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, be on the record that, looking at what was presented today, I'm of, a personal opinion that we need to cut deeper. Yeah, I don't believe the 9.4 is going to do it. We need to, if we're looking at a budget or a cut for the next fiscal year, we need to keep in mind also the insurance, worker comp, all the pension funds are going to climb again between 10 to 20%. So if we're truly looking at a gap of 9.4 million, we need to be looking closer to $10 million cut to make this work for the next fiscal year. And if we're really looking at a UUT and covering the gap over the next 5 years, potentially, we need to be looking at closer to $13 million, raising that in the UUT. So the 9% that I mentioned originally when the discussion came up for UUT, that would be closer to the number just to cover the gap of insurance, workers' comp, and the pensions. That would not include any raises, any other costs that would, that we would incur, or any other increases that are unforeseen at this time. So, the minimum that we should be looking at it's just my personal opinion at this time is a $10 million cut, and the UUT being closer to the 9% to cover really the gap that we're seeing ahead of us. Thank you.
How much did you say was for the percentage on the UUT?
My first recommendation was 9% versus the 7 that was proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if you're asking the recommendation on this is to follow the agenda and receive and file tonight's presentation.
Right. Okay, thank you. So can I get a motion to receive and file?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Okay, so just want to make sure, receiving and filing, but we haven't, are we not just going to bring it back? So shouldn't it be continued? I just want to make sure.
I spoke with the city manager, so when this comes up again in 3 weeks, it'll be consolidated.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I know we've done it that way in the past, and I don't want to.
You'll still have the opportunity, as I
Right.
understand, city
Okay,
manager.
so then
to
yes.
Further discuss this.
Got it, as long as it's understood that we're not agreeing to.
Yeah,
anything.
we'll have a detailed presentation of the remaining departments, but include at the end of that this information so the conversation can encompass all the pieces.
Very well, so yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, because we really haven't talked about the exemption for seniors. I want that to be part of the discussion so that we have some understanding what that means and how it's going to work, and so forth. So then I'll vote yes.
Will do.
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to comments from the audience on non-agenda items. If there's any member of the audience that would like to make a comment, please line up on the left. Or my right, yes. Thank you.
Mayor, could I insert one comment? I sorry to do that, and we'll be right there. Just want to let people know that our door, no intent to have the doors closed. I believe what's happened is our 10 p.m. typical closure with our automatic alarms has become 9 p.m. due to time change, and my executive assistant who handles that has been off for some unfortunate family stuff, so we haven't had that adjusted. Our bad. We'll make sure that's adjusted in the future. There was no intent to be exclusive, but I do believe the doors were open until 9 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
And they're open now.
Thank you.
Our council members, once again, you people are trash. You people truly are street trash. And the reason why I say this is, well, first of all, I want to instruct, order, and demand the council members to put an item on the agenda for the next city council meeting for the council members to discuss and debate whether or not we should bring back Zoom or to have a call-in feature. And, you know, you people blew the fiscal emergency and declaring a fiscal emergency and whether or not we should have a utility users tax. You people really fouled that up for our city. You were late with that. You put it on the very last city council meeting in which to make that determination. I don't want you to foul this up for us with the call-in feature. And I think it's wretched that we don't have it already. The mayor told me that he wants to test whatever system we get in May and June. So think about it. That's only 4 meetings, 2 in May, 2 in June. That's not enough to be testing whatever system we have. You should be testing it now. Now is the time to work out whatever bugs and glitches the thing might have. So I want you to put an item on the agenda for the next city council meeting for determine whether or not we should have Zoom or should have a call-in feature. Now, what does it say on the side of the chief of police car and on law enforcement? It says to protect and serve. Yes, to protect us. Yes, to serve us. Council members, your duty and obligation is to protect and serve the interests of the residents of Southgate. I don't see anyone here inside this building protecting the interests of the residents of this city. You people have done a marvelous job of squeezing us out in determining these city matters. There's a word that's lost in our proceedings: agency. We have no agency over any of these items that appear here on the agenda. We have no agency. We have no say over any of this. And who is our champion? Who's our hero? We have no one. We have nobody here fighting for us. You have your Pinocchio here, you're the city manager who's, you know, he works for you. He doesn't work for us. He works for you. And I want to bring to the attention of the council members, 3 cities currently use Zoom. Cudahy since 2020, Bell Gardens since 2020, and Huntington Park. They're now in compliance with the Senate Bill 707. They brought back Zoom for their residents. I spoke with the city clerk of Paramount, Heidi Luce, the deputy city clerk of Maywood, Miguel Leon. Both of them are going to implement Zoom for their residents and their city council meetings for the first month of July. And Miguel Leon, the deputy city clerk of Maywood, told me that they're going to pay $1,000 for annually for their Zoom subscription, and they're going to use Zoom Government because it's going to give them an extra layer of security so they can not have these what they call Zoom bombs, these disruptions during their proceedings. And let me remind the council members: last year you spent $9,000 on one dog for our police department. The least you can do is spend $1,000 on Zoom for our proceedings.
That might be a tough act to follow. My name is Henry Gonzalez. I'm a resident of 64 years here in the city of Southgate. I've been to numerous council meetings, and in the past, those doors have never been locked. We've usually had an officer that would patrol the hallway in case there were some problems. Whose wisdom was it to change the public speaking to this portion of the meeting as opposed to in the beginning? People that work, people that have children, people that have other activities come to the meeting early so they can clear their mind and their chest of concerns that is happening here with our council people. I just find it disheartening because last meeting I came to recognize the mayor and the city of Southgate participating in Rotary's first Youth Summit Festival. Tonight, I wanted to recognize the Explorer program, Detective Lopez. And she came up to me 10 minutes ago, says, I have to work tomorrow. And I asked if any of the Explorers were still here. She says, no. That upset me. I come here to recognize them on behalf of our Rotary Club. And I hear people talk about whether it's trash, whether there's things in their community. I have one thing to say to those people: get involved. It's easy to point fingers. It's easy to say this. It's easy to say that. Get involved with a youth organization. Get involved with a service club for adults. Give back to your community and quit bitching. The bottom line is if we do not jump into this as a village, we're going to continue having these fiscal problems here. Just because this UUT, which I was supportive of, and now I'm just thinking, I don't know if this is going to help us out of this hole. So we, as directors, as people in this community, we need to look at ourselves and figure out where we're going to clean this up, pull our bootstraps up, and get us out of this thing. We had a problem years ago with Robles. We almost went bankrupt, and we didn't look at throwing it on the backs of the community. I'm upset. I don't normally try to discuss things like this, but I just had it here. The doors are closed. An individual had to walk through wet grass to get here. And if it wasn't for the chief opening the door, he'd still be outside. There is no excuse to lock City Hall when you have a public meeting. We as council people have got to be able to listen to our people. And the only time you listen to them is when we're here bitching. That's the only time you guys listen. It's important to wake up. Thank you for your time. Chief, I want to give you this. I'll come by. I brought an individual here with me. This is his second council meeting, and he said it's been an eye-opener to him. Okay, thank you, and we'll talk soon.
So good evening. My name is Yancy Lopez, and I'm a business owner here in the city of Southgate. About 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to speak at a mayoral hearing with Mayor Baron, where I shared my experience of CBP entering my business. This wasn't just my story. It reflects a lot of fear people in this community are going through right now. At that hearing, we were told that Southgate is on the top 10 ICE hotspots. Hearing that was already disappointing. But what made it worse was realizing that other cities that aren't even on that list, are doing more for their communities than we are. Cities like Pico Rivera and El Monte are finding ways to support residents who need help. Linwood and Cudahy have already taken actions at the city level to protect their communities. So it's clearly possible other cities are putting resources into their communities, educating people on their rights, and supporting businesses that are being impacted. So I want to ask the council, if we know our city is being heavily impacted, why aren't we doing more? Because the impact is real. You talk to business owners, people are struggling. You talk to workers, people are scared to go to work. You talk to families, people are scared to go to work. People are living in fear. This is happening here right now in Southgate. And when I went on the city website, the last time immigration-related information was updated was June 7, 2025, almost a year ago. Since then, everything has changed, but the city hasn't kept up. That's a problem. I really encourage the council to step outside these meetings and go into the community. Talk to business owners, talk to families, see what people are actually going through. Because right now, Southgate is being heavily impacted, and it doesn't feel like enough is being done to support the people who live and work here. We've been dealing with this for over a year. We should be doing more. And I had wrote this before, what was going on in the city meeting. it seems like a lot of you guys are interested in what other cities are doing. You guys mentioned many, many times how many other cities are implementing UUT taxes and all that. So why aren't we using that same energy for immigration enforcements or sanctuary ordinances, right? You guys are getting influences from other cities, and I felt impacted hearing what other cities are doing. I would hope that Mayor Baron was impacted as well. I got informed a lot, so I'm hoping he could as well. So, if you guys are getting impacted by other cities and what they're doing, I feel like this is something that's really important to many community members. And like I said, hearing that number of being top 10 cities as ICE hotspots was very concerning to me. And, I was affected by that number too. So thank you very much for listening.
So my name is Brenda Rojas, and I've been here before. I've told you that I'm a PhD trained molecular and environmental toxicologist. I'm also a regulatory scientist, and I'm here to talk about the CEQA categorical exemption for the conditional use permit at the Greenwise Soil Technology site. Multiple agencies have now documented significant environmental impacts. First, the LA County Department of Public Health issued odor violations in September, confirming the release of volatile organic compounds into the surrounding community. Second, the Regional Water Quality Board issued violations documenting compost-related discharges entering the nearby waterways. That is a direct and significant water quality impact. Third, inspection records and site observations show that the landfill cover where GWS has been operating has been disturbed. Damage to the closed landfill cover raises serious environmental concerns, which are some of the most concerning impacts recognized under CEQA. Taken together, this constitutes substantial evidence that the categorical exemption relied upon for this CUP may no longer be legally valid, and the continued reliance on it exposes the city to risk. There are additional issues the city must acknowledge. First, the city has financially benefited from this operation through rent and host fees, while community complaints have been unresolved. Complaints date back to at least 2013, yet the city did not independently verify permits or compliance with any of the regulatory agencies. I had to do that. I had to be calling the agencies, the regulatory and the enforcement agencies. GWS has significantly expanded the operation since 2003. Additionally, the site is located in an environmental justice community. That's what Southgate is, where cumulative impacts and enforcement failures carry heightened legal and ethical responsibility. Because these are ongoing environmental harms, I'm requesting a revocation of the conditional use permit on the grounds that the site has had an improperly permitted operation, and the site, I'm not the only one that's saying this. The violations are there. The Regional Water Board issued a notice of non-compliance for composting operations. And my community's been complaining about this since 2013. It's ridiculous. So the last thing I'm gonna say, because I'm running out of time, is that as I explore a path forward, I'm considering submitting a request to the state AG's office for review that's going to include my entire documentation. I have been collecting data and records for the past year, and I'm ready to present a dossier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mara West, a resident of Southgate. And let me fix this thing. I've been a resident for close to 50 years in the Circle Park area of Southgate. And this is right by the GWS, which is the initials for the Greenwise Soil, which is owned and operated by UWS, our trash collectors. Since GWS moved into the site on Miller Way, we have experienced issues with dust and odors from their composting activities. This has been going on since 2013, at least. Over these many years of GWS, UWS operation here, I have contacted and worked with various city staff assigned to this problem, as well as various city managers and council members throughout all these years of complaining. There's always different people in different positions. Communicated with all of these people. During this time, no one has ever informed me how complaints worked. On my own, I repeatedly contacted AQMD and submitted a petition signed by my neighbors, which I presented to City Council and to the city, but I was never made aware that there was an actual process for these complaints. A resolution to this years-long problem was never given by the city. Still hasn't. Now that I have learned about the environmental impact from the site, I am concerned about the city's risk as well as our community's health. So that's it.
Hi, I'm Thomas Buckley. Just wanted to emphasize something. At 9:54 p.m. today, Mr. Hurtado stated, if the structural deficit had not occurred, you would still have 100 officers. He's absolutely correct. I cannot disagree with him. But I do believe that right now the scapegoat is UUT. The scapegoat is people like me in the community voicing out our opinions. The scapegoat is Miss Avalos, who was horribly talked down to at the last meeting that I saw. It was ridiculous. This council has caused the deficit by being ignorant and by overspending. The deficit caused the pink slips. One thing I have not heard from this council, despite the numbers and so forth, is an apology. Why haven't you apologized to the employees, to the wonderful employees that I know that have reached out to me that are now getting pink slips because of your actions and inactions? It's a terrible thing what you've done to them. After I left the last council meeting, which Mr. Hurtado was there, it was bewildering because he mentioned me and he mentioned Scanner. And I was thinking, I didn't cause this multi-million-dollar deficit. Scanner didn't cause this multi-million-dollar deficit. You guys did that. And I was just, don't get mad at me, get mad at yourself. I'm not up there at the dais. You guys pronounce it dais, but it's dais, just so you know. But worse than that, though, again, was the personal attacks that you did on Miss Avalos. It was absolutely uncalled for. The community saw how you acted like children. You guys need to behave yourselves. I think this is going to be really good for you guys. I really do. You acted far too late. But I think eventually you're going to get that jolt, whether it was the pink slips that your employees are now receiving. And you're going to say, wow, maybe all this time we should have listened to our city treasurer, Greg Martinez, or the financial director, or even myself, who have all told you for years there's a looming deficit. And that's why we have all this. It's not UUT. That's not the scapegoat. It's the deficit that you guys allowed. And perhaps then you'll realize you've screwed up. In other cities, I hear people talking about this. They're saying how wonderful they are, how balanced it is. A lot of council members do balance their budget. A lot of employees are very happy because they're secure with the competence of the council. They know they have a secure job. They're going to do well. You guys have the opposite problem. And the good thing is that it can only get better from here because you've already hit rock bottom. All right. Thanks, guys.
Good evening. I'm back again, Robin Logan. I do want to bring up a point of information that was printed regarding obscene language, that we are not to be using it. And then we heard some of it today. And I think that also in regards to the tit for tat that happened supposedly, I do also want to agree that started with my comment. And it started because I called out two council members who then said it was one other council member who was the next mayor. So the reality is, I think we as all residents need to take ownership. It is not just the 5 people that are sitting in front of me, but it's all of us. The reality is, again, it does take a village, but the other aspect of it, it's not just Southgate. City of Long Beach has a huge deficit, and well, they have UUT. We've seen many other ones that are going around, and all you have to do is go on Facebook, and I even think maybe even Paramount might be talking about it too, and that's on the scanner page too. There are other aspects of that I'm really offended with is the fact that it doesn't matter what we do and what we say and what we're complaining about, because the residents of the city don't care. And I say that because they're still riding their e-bikes without helmets. They're still going ahead and not caring about the other residents. Why? Because I call them out. I say, you know, you're not supposed to be, the city ordinance says you're not supposed to be on the actual Tweedy Mile sidewalk. They don't care. They do not care. So the reality for me as a pedestrian, that I choose to do that because of health. I like to be healthy. And that's the cheapest thing that we can do in the city of Southgate is walk. But at what cost? So with this particular agenda that actually was shown, I want to thank Ms. Avalos for allowing me now the opportunity to really go to another city and actually exercise, because I can tell that without the police department, we're not going to have a really good, safe city. And our residents are going to actually need to worry about taking ownership and being that steward of humanity, kindness. So again, I thank you very much for your time and appreciation.
Good evening, council and staff. Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. Just want to touch on the last meeting where all of you were present and regarding the vote on the fiscal emergency. And I really wanted to express my disappointment in some of the council members and your behavior. I'm embarrassed to say that you guys represent us because someone mentioned prior, it seemed like it was a group of children throwing a tantrum. So I just really want to let you guys know that. Number two is that I want to comment on the CDBG process that took place last week or last meeting, where there was money allocated to Parks and Rec and didn't get used. Then there was also instruction and money allocated to the program for small business, also didn't get used. Then there was an attempt to get some streets and sidewalks fixed. That didn't go through, right? And all I heard from everyone were excuses, right? Oh, we can't do it because of this, or we can't do it because of that. And also, we're sort of at risk of losing these funds because we haven't been in compliance. We haven't been using these funds, right? And that just speaks to part of the process, right? Like, why is this happening? Why are these funds not being used, right? And why are we getting to a point where potentially they're going to be taken from us? So I think that's something that's important to look at and see what can be done about that, right? I also want to talk about how everyone rallied. Everyone got behind the $225,000 that was going to be given to Habitat for Humanity to clear out the piece of land to develop. And I'd really like to have a presentation on that specific project because I know that Mr. Perez is not here today, but there were mentions of, I don't know how much money exactly, but there was 1.7 million on the land. There were a few other grants that were going to be used for that. And I'd like to actually see how much money the city is contributing to that and find out once it's built and these units are sold, who gets that money and are we going to get that money back? But also, there was something mentioned by our finance director regarding property taxes that are coming into that project, right? And, I don't know the exact numbers, but I know that some of you guys are good at numbers here, and perhaps you can help with that in that presentation. But it's probably going to be somewhere around $700 to $800 per unit that is coming in on property taxes. That's Southgate's cut, basically. And so my question is, all this money that's being poured into this project, is it the best use of that money, considering we're only getting about $700 in return per unit? So I'd like to get a presentation of that so that in the interest of not spreading misinformation and disinformation and that it's clear and the community understands that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisette Ruiz. I'm going to be speaking in Spanish again, considering there's some members who supposedly don't understand English. Durante la Junta Conciliar pasada, la concejal María del Pilar Ábalos hizo el comentario que le preocupaba el riesgo legal que una persona que actualmente es parte de dos comisiones
During the last council meeting, Council Member Avalos made a comment about
una persona que es parte de dos comisiones
a person that's part of two commissions
trae a la ciudad por sus comentarios
brought to the city with their comments
hacia otro residente y su página de Facebook.
against another resident and their Facebook page.
Que sepa yo, la única persona así presentemente soy yo.
The only person that is currently me.
Al siguiente día le mandé correo electrónico pidiéndole a la concejal que clarifique
The next day, I sent an email to the council member to clarify
la situación y hasta hoy no he recibido respuesta.
about the situation, and I still have not received a response.
Vaya que ella misma seguido se queja
Since she always complains
que los directores no le responden a tiempo,
that the directors do not respond to her on time,
pues a mí se me hace muy hipócrita de su parte,
it's hypocritical of her part
siendo que ella espera respuesta a las pocas horas.
that she requires a response within hours.
Suponiendo que sí soy yo de la que habla,
Supposing that she's speaking of me,
le respondería que mejor se preocupe por su propia carga legal.
that she should be worried about her own legal battles.
Así usted es la que continuamente ha traído falsos,
Since you're the one that continually brings false,
no solamente sobre mí,
not just of myself,
pero peor sobre sus propios trabajadores municipales,
but worse about her fellow council members,
city workers.
o city workers, trabajadores de la ciudad. City workers.
Y me refiero al comentario que hizo diciendo que según usted ellos ganan más de $100,000.
Saying that she's saying that city workers make over $100,000
Y que hacen tratos con los otros concejales.
and they make treaties with other council members.
Cuando yo he mencionado las acciones de otros residentes,
When I've mentioned the actions of other residents,
lo he hecho por dar a luz y aclarar varias mentiras dichas en esas páginas.
I'm saying to clarify many lies on those Facebook pages.
Ellos han causado pánico.
They've caused panic.
Y doy, por ejemplo, la mala información
And for example, this misinformation
que varias veces han dicho sobre la calidad del agua municipal.
that they've said about the quality of the municipality,
Of the water.
of the water. I'm sorry.
Por la cuyo intento de aclarar fui sacada del grupo de Scanner de Facebook.
As I try to because I try to clarify, I was removed from the scanner, police scanner from Facebook.
Si usted, concejal María de Pilar Ábalos, está de acuerdo con esas mentiras,
If you, council member Avalos, are agree with these comments,
le exijo que se retire de la Comisión del Agua del Sureste,
I urge you to remove yourself from the what is it? The water.
the Southeast Water Coalition,
Southeast Water Coalition,
porque usted no debería representarnos en algo tan importante.
because you shouldn't represent us in something so important.
Y hasta se me hace de más que se preocupe que vaya a ser imparcial.
And it worries me that you are impartial.
No, it worries me that she thinks I will be
No,
impartial.
she thinks that she's impartial. I'm sorry.
Okay. Cuando seguido usted se pone a leer mensajes que le conviene,
When you constantly read messages that are of convenience to you,
cuando nuestra secretaria municipal provee resúmenes,
when our city clerk gives
summaries.
summaries, I'm sorry.
También dijo en esa misma junta que esta misma persona
You said in that same meeting that this same person
estaba diciendo que usted no se llama María.
was saying that your name was not Maria.
Por favor, no insulte mi inteligencia.
Please do not insult my intelligence.
He estado participando en esta junta mucho antes que usted haya sido elegida.
I've been participating in these meetings long before you were elected.
Por favor, enséñeme dónde y cuándo, según dije que no se llama María.
Please show me when and where I said your name is not Maria.
si le digo que en mi propia familia, mi madre y todas sus hermanas son María de tal?
That all the women in my family and my mom and her sisters are Marias.
También dijo que es su obligación conducirse con integridad,
You also said that we should conduct ourselves with integrity,
separando las emociones personales con sus obligaciones municipales.
separating your emotions from your obligations.
Quiero recordarles a todos cuando me quitó el puesto de comisionaria
I want to remind you all when you removed me from the commissioner
por haber criticado a su hermana por tomar otro puesto de secretaria municipal en Hawthorne.
for criticizing your sister for removing herself from being a city clerk in another city in Hawthorne.
Siendo que la habíamos elegido como nuestra secretaria municipal
We thought that we elected her as our city clerk,
y hasta le pagábamos salario y beneficios que sí salían más de $100,000 al año.
and she was paid her salary and benefits, which did total more than $100,000.
Y por eso me dijiste, por haber hablado, me dijiste que me ibas a quitar.
And for saying that, you told me you were going to remove me.
Para muchos que hemos estado al tanto de las ocurrencias municipales,
For many of us that have been up to date on the occurrences,
se nos hizo obvio que trató de darle el puesto a Robert Montalvo para que no la critique.
you tried to give this position to Robert Montalvo so that he wouldn't criticize you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I always like to go last. Armando Velasquez, Independence Avenue. I'm going to do a little deflection here. You know, I know that there's a little tension out there. So let's talk about some cool things. And I think more hands were going to be raised a few hours ago, but are there any teachers, first responders in the room? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a good time of the year for us because we are having now our second annual Golden Apple and Heart of a Hero ceremony scheduled for May the 1st at the Henry C. Gonzalez Auditorium. Last year was our inaugural year, and we didn't quite know what to expect. But what we had was 17 schools participate, almost 300 people in attendance. We got to also recognize a member from the Southgate Police Department and also a firefighter within the city of Southgate. For a first year, it was a success. But we are looking to grow the program even more, and so now it's time for the second annual Heart of a Hero and Golden Apple ceremony. Some of you may have already received your packets there in the front. What we're looking for, aside from participation, one of the things that we're looking to improve upon is our network, is to increase the visibility to companies or organizations that really value education, our first responders, to see if maybe they would be willing to participate. And one thing that we're doing this year, aside from sponsorships, which is all there in front in your packets, and if anyone wants a packet out here, if you're interested in a sponsorship, we do have a couple packets here as well. We're also accepting program ads to be put in our programs. Everything that we raise from this event, aside from obviously rewarding some of our teachers and first responders, and if you were in the ceremony, I think 2 or 3 of you were there last year, you saw how much they appreciated that event. And they all said the same thing. They don't get any of that anywhere else. LEAUSD doesn't come close to that, at least for Southeast LA. So we also raise money for our students, for our scholarship program, and also a way of sending our students to their leadership conferences in a couple weeks. With Huntington Park, Sela Kiwanis, and Southgate Kiwanis, we're sending 28 students to Sacramento in a couple weeks. And that's with the money that we raise for events like this. So we are looking for a network of sponsors to help us increase the visibility of this event. We do have extra packets here. If you'd like to also see highlights of last year's event, you can go to southgatekiwanis.org. There is a commemorative 2025 newsletter that will show you what happened last year. And in your packets, you will see QR codes with some of the video highlights. There's about 4 clips there, but it will really show you the impact of the event. So thank you all very much. Thank you. All right, sorry. I see. Go ahead.
noches. Gracias. Uno más.
So, cuando habla, nomás si le puede dar una pausa para que pueda hacer
Sí,
translation.
sí,
Gracias.
sí, por supuesto. ¿Ya bien?
Sí.
Bien, gracias. Vengo por un tema respecto, yo tengo hijos ahí en la International School, la que está Atlantic y Tweedy. Hoy lo hablamos, es un tema en la DELA, está cerrado el paso.
He has children in the international school, and the pathway is closed.
En las horas pico de salida es un desastre llegar con el carro.
And the exit route is a disaster to maneuver with the vehicle.
Es un peligro salir, la gente se pelea a veces,
It's dangerous and people fight sometimes.
estaciona en doble mano
People park
y
double.
entonces lo que estuve proponiendo,
I was proposing
si a la salida de la Tweedy se puede por lo menos pintar el asfalto con una mano, que la salida hacia el Atlantic es la única salida. Entonces, por lo menos dar una vía más para la Tweedy a la salida,
to give an additional lane to exit off of Tweedy.
que se haga un estudio
That a study be done
de los signals, los que están en la Chemco, la salida de la Chemco y la Atlantic.
on the exit of Atlantic.
Y esa calle también hay un problema, que en la Legacy y la Chemco siempre hay un montón de pallets y mucha mercadería en la calle y
There's many pallets and
está
on
obstruida
on
muchas veces.
Legacy.
En síntesis, se debería hacer algo porque es un peligro si llega a haber un incendio.
Something should be
o un
done as it
earthquake.
is. It's dangerous if there's a fire.
Es una medida de seguridad.
It's a security measure.
Esas son las opciones más aceptables
They're the most acceptable measures,
y no llevaría mucho costo.
and it wouldn't cost much.
Si la gente que está sobre la DELA persiste en mantener los bloques de cemento, ellos que se hagan cargo después si llega a haber algún accidente y no se puede escapar.
That they're on Adela,
Sí,
right?
la
That,
a la
that you,
straight.
there's cement and you can't get through, right?
Y el peligro se va a incrementar si llega a haber una futura construcción.
That the danger will grow if there's more construction.
Por ahora es eso nada más.
That would be all for now.
Muchas gracias.
All right, seeing no more public comments, any emails, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did receive one from Ms. Claudia Rivera, who expressed concern regarding the discussion of the CDBG block grant funds, noting that city staff repeatedly explained the funds cannot be redistributed due to strict timelines and required processes. She stated that continued questioning, despite these explanations, created confusion and undermined staff credibility, and emphasized the need for discussion to remain grounded in the facts presented. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, everybody who's still here and who came out to speak. I'd like to go ahead and ask for staff reports, and if we can, try to address some of the questions if we can. If not, let's try to make note, and that way we can address it at a future time. We'll start with Public Works. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't have any comments, and I don't believe there was any questions on Public Works item.
I just, if we can address the, I think, because the gentleman made a question regarding the Adele street closure there. I
Ye-
think that if we can have just like a quick summary on that, and if we can always,
Yeah, I can provide a quick summary on that. I think he was referring to the ingress and egress to the high school complex as a whole. As you know, that high school complex was constructed in a manner that has limited access. There were traffic studies and environmental studies that were prepared that were designed to limit the impacts to those adjacent residential neighborhoods. So it kept, the studies kept streets like Adela closed to prohibit ingress and egress from that residential neighborhood. It kept ingress and egress prohibited from the north side as well as you head towards Southern. And so your only ingress and egress point is at Tweedy onto Atlantic and at Chemco. And I guess what he's suggesting is that we revisit that to see if there's anything that can be done to make that a more palatable entrance and exit point. Have been looking at that for quite some time now, and there's quite a challenge. You've got 4 schools in essence exiting onto Atlantic Avenue, and it's slightly offset times, but it's just tremendous traffic volumes. I do have an evaluation being done by my traffic engineer to see if it's feasible to add a second lane in and out of Tweedy, and it's something that we can follow up on.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
And just,
Yeah, real quick though, there was a traffic study that was done not too long ago in that area, right?
We've done several studies over time in that area to see if there's anything that we can do to improve upon traffic conditions. And it's just, at the end of the day, it's a real challenge. The recommendations to further synchronize traffic signals, for example, you could do that, but there's so much traffic volume trying to circulate in and out of there that those recommendations are just not practical. At the end of the day, you've got 4 high schools exiting onto Atlantic through Chicemco and Tweedy. They're almost one and the same, parallel next to each other. So it's a real challenge. But I think the potential for a second lane, it may be something that we might be able to do and something that we're looking at.
So the answer is yes. All that was yes.
All that was,
Okay.
there's been several,
Maybe you
yes.
can sit down with the gentleman
Right.
and
Sure.
and share with him some of those. Estoy diciendo que se hizo un estudio y que si es posible que el señor Arturo le pase su tarjeta de él, se la va a pasar para tratar de tener una junta con usted, ¿ok? Porque ya se hizo un estudio, se han hecho varios estudios y se los va a presentar.
Yeah,
Okay.
the other item that you brought up was with Chemco is the double parking that's happening there, especially the produce business that's in the corner. They're loading and unloading their pallets, blocking even during school hours, limiting that just to one lane. And if you could look into also the dumpster that they have in the public right of way. It's there almost permanently, and they're loading and unloading produce into that dumpster. And also, if you could take a look at, and I assume it requires a permit if it's being part, a big dumpsters in the public right of way, but it looks like it's there permanently. And if you could look at, there's almost like a drain area there where it smells quite awful. And I think it's seepage from the produce or something that's nearby that is creating that smell right at the corner, and it's affecting and impacting the students, there. And the principals have complained about it multiple times.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about are probably some enforcement issues, and I'll let it to I'll leave the chief to address that. With regards to the orders in the area, we'll take a look at that to see if there's what orders may be disseminating from where. I'll also get code enforcement involved
right.
to see what is causing that. But
It's
I
not
think
just one issue. There's like multiple things
Right.
happening on that street. So I think whether it's the auto repair or I don't know what else is happening there, but it's the making it unsafe for the students to even walk through there because they're parking on the sidewalks and the kids have to walk onto the street, and you have forklifts and pallets and everything else happening. So it's quite a mess. So we're
Yeah.
trying to allow the flow of traffic as intended. I don't think we're seeing that.
Yeah, well, again, I think those are all code enforcement issues and traffic enforcement issues. So I think I'll work with them to relay that information.
And I just expand on what the gentleman shared with me earlier too. I just want to make sure that, yeah, I put that on the record as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I hope that
Muchas gracias.
Yeah, thank you. And I hope that we can also speak to during our school collaborative, safety collaborative, Maria, maybe talk to the principals there and have them see if there's anything that they can do regarding the flow of traffic on that area, just to keep it kind of helping and moving a little bit. And if there's something that we can assist them with as well. Yeah, thank you. Parks and Recs.
All right, for Parks and Rec, we have a couple things to mention. This Saturday is our Easter Fest taking place at the Southgate Golf Course. It is a sold-out event from 10 to 2, and then next weekend we have our Easter Splash Fest on April the 4th from 2 to 4. Next week, because it's a LUSD spring break, we're also offering the sports camp for all of the athletes out there to come out and try a different sport every day of the week, and just a good event for our community just to get out and be healthy. And then we're very excited to announce that our 5K run, which takes place on May the 9th, we have 710 registered runners already. So we're really looking at just going over the 1,000 mark this year. And we're just proud of the staff for their efforts in their outreach and getting people registered. So that's all I have.
Community development.
Yes, I heard some comments about GWS. I know that our code enforcement division is aware of that issue. I can report that over to them about that. And
we know Mrs. Rojas's contact information to I know she's no longer here, but we know her contact information. She's been very vocal with getting in contact with us and getting our email. So I know Gabe has been emailing with her. So and I know our city manager has as well. So thank you. Luis.
Mayor, I think there was a question or a comment made regarding our Zoom or that call-in or video feature. It is, like I mentioned at our last meeting, something that we are actively working on. We plan to bring an item to council the second meeting in April through a staff report. Rob, correct me if I'm wrong on the date there, but I think we're planning to bring a staff report with an overview of the options that we explored, the options that we're recommending to go with, and we'll provide more details then.
Thank you. John?
Good evening, council. I have nothing to report.
Thank you, John. Chief?
Just, yeah, there were a lot of comments that were made, but I think I already addressed everything. Nothing else to report, other than the police department will be participating in the annual Baker to Vegas run. It's this weekend, so I'll let you know how we do. Thank you.
I did see that a lot of our runners are getting younger than the prior, so we're hiring a lot of young officers, so that's good. City manager.
Thank you. Just a couple items, 3 things. One was questions on spending money on a courthouse fix or design with how do you pay to fix it? There's no general fund being involved. We have our community development director's on a week's vacation right now. He's got a lot of experience. He comes from another city where he was able to get a certain type of grant, which resulted in a $10 million award to repurpose an old city facility in the city he came from and make it, renovate it, and 100% without general funds. So we are going to try to take the same tact. It's probably a couple-year process, but step 1, you have to have a design that's ready to build. So we're starting there using grant funds. So again, no general fund costs, pursuing maybe a big swing, but we're not spending any general fund money. Water tank was brought up as a concern. As was mentioned before, nothing's changed there other than the tank that's no longer used at Salt Lake section, east side of the city. Huge tank not being used by city, will never be used again. It's needs to be either removed or we have to spend roughly $1 million to seismically brace it and paint it. And then about 8 years later, spend whatever the new market rate of another 1.2 million and do it again. And every 8 years, keep doing it and keep doing it. The alternative would be to spend the money to remove it and not ever have that expense again. The concept there is it's from the water fund. It will not be general fund. And we're trying to make a short-term expense to avoid a long-term liability. That's just some more information there. And the third item, if the clerk was able to pull it up quickly, we've seen a lot of social media misinformation that's been out there. We're not trying to go toe-to-toe on social media, but if people are looking for any information or facts, we're trying to continually evolve. We have a site here, our main city webpage. You go to home, you go to Engage Southgate, and then community questions. So we have a whole bunch of budget and fiscal down below and UUT information you can click on and see if you want any of that information. But at the top, we're going to start collecting sort of answers to things. There was some, I think, some misunderstanding on our CDBG funding. So for instance, that first question, we saw questions community had, maybe they didn't hear the actual meeting, maybe they didn't understand, but there was, why did the city go for approving park programs and home repair grants and not do additional sidewalk repair in streets? We had a thorough discussion. So if you click on that, it explains that there's deadlines, there's timelines, there's rationale. So we just, in case people miss that, we want to provide the answers to those. So there's maybe somewhere, I don't know if people want facts, but if they do, we'll try to keep adding to that as we see those conversations going. That's it for me.
Thank you. City Attorney.
Yeah, just on a related basis, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, one of the dangers that every city faces is that people will take video recordings of the city, manipulate those, and then pass those on as if they are original, authentic recordings of the city. It's a manipulation of the public participation process. And it's akin to any number of sites that are casting out misinformation. One example relates to some comment allegedly made by Councilmember Hurtado, where he was taking aim and disparaging the city attorney, me, at a city council meeting. I never heard such a comment. I don't believe any such comment was made. I'm not that far away from him that if it had been made, it certainly would have been there. And it's not that I'm above reproach by anyone, but when it's false, it leads to misinformation by and confusion about the way in which our city council meetings are being conducted and the role that our council members play. But I would just encourage the public to be mindful of the source of the information. I would double down on what the city manager said about going back to the city website for facts and data that are very accurate and depict the true state of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. City Treasurer.
No further items to report today.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. We'll go ahead and start with reports from the council. Councilwoman Avalos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did attend in compliance with AB 1234 vector control meeting with Standard, just going through some of the warrants, but they are in a position of expanding another facility in Sylmar, so they're going through the process of that. As many of us have heard and have experienced, our small business community has raised very valid and pressing concerns in the last council meeting. So in an effort to support these voices, I have recently referred them over to the 20 Mile Advisory Board. However, it was to my surprise that they haven't met since November of last year. And a lot of notices of cancellation where the meetings have not been held. So I'd appreciate some clarification as to why these meetings have not taken place and how much longer is this pattern going to continue, given the fact that the issues that we're having with ICE coming in and the economic downturn that's been occurring. Additionally, I'd like to better understand the composition of the committee. Specifically, do any of those members on the advisory board currently own and operate businesses in Southgate? This insight would be helpful to clarify closely. The board should be reflective of the people it represents and the interest of our local business community. Additionally, some of these small businesses have reached out to me regarding the unregulated vendors. You know, these businesses are properly permitted, they're paying their taxes, and they are being undercut by unregulated vendors that are operating without consequence. I know I brought this issue to you in the past, City Manager. However, now some of the residents have also reached out and said, hey, we've expressed this concern. It's a safety, there's congestion, quality of life is being affected. Some of these calls have gone into our police department and reports have been made, yet there appears to be little to no response or visible enforcement because the vendors are still out there. This situation obviously raises serious questions for me. You know, are these complaints being tracked and addressed? What enforcement actions, if any, are being taken? And why is there a disconnect between the reported concerns and the actual response? This lack of enforcement not only is a quality of life issue, but it is also costing the city revenue through the loss of permits, the loss of fees and taxes. So again, it goes back to how are we keeping our community safe and how is it that we're making sure that some of these small businesses are getting the traction when a lot of these vendors are coming in and it's affecting their bottom dollar and it's affecting the city's bottom dollar at the end of the day. And I know that, you know, with this issue of Ms. Huerta and the allegations against Cesar Chavez, I know we covered some things at the park, at the Cesar Chavez Park. For me, it would have been, I think, a conversation that this council should have had prior to doing so. Again, I know it was an administrative call, but again, I had people reaching out like, why are you doing what everybody else is doing? And I didn't have an answer for them. So hopefully that's a conversation that we can have as a council with the city manager. And that's all that I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, before I forget, also, if we can adjourn in memoriam of the Lorenzo family, their 4-year-old little girl passed away, and she was a preschool student at St. Helens School.
Yes.
Father Angel did mention it this past weekend, and it just so happens that through a friend, I actually know the family, which was really heartbreaking.
Yes. Very sad story.
Very sad, and just with that, Councilwoman, it's she's also the niece of one of our public works workers. I think his name is Miguel.
Yes,
if I get that right, I have his name right. Yeah, Miguel Lorenzo. It's his niece, and also in memory of our own Alicia Estrada's dad just passed away today, and his name is Rudy Ponce Estrada. We can also adjourn in his memory. And, you know, with everything that is happening, I mean, and the morale of the staff, we did have the employees recognition. We had the employees recognition, and I'm trying to see what. The employees were recognized for the time, for their many years of services, and we had William Campana here earlier, and he's one of our longest standing employee. So congratulations to him, and I know that he got the
Lifetime achievement.
40 years. And the long, what is it called, that award?
The Lifetime Achievement?
The Lifetime Achievement Award. So congratulations to him, and congratulations to all the employees that been with us for so many years. You know, I really don't have much. So And I know it's getting a little late. It's already 11, so I'm just going to go ahead and be done with it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurtado.
Arturo, you want to talk about the $500,000?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Hurtado, for reminding me of that. I do want to announce that the city has been awarded a $500,000 grant for a project that has been a city pursuit for many, many, many years, and that's the Southern Avenue Bridge extension. This particular project aims to construct a bridge to cross Southern Avenue over the Alley River and over the freeway to, in essence, connect Atlantic Avenue to Garfield Avenue with a new vision type bridge, which it's a multimodal bridge which is envisioned to have be dedicated to just public transit, bike and pedestrians, and it'd be a park bridge. It's kind of like having a park, literally bridging two sides of two sides of this is multiple facilities here with freeways and rivers and what have you. I say that it's a something that's been in the works for many, many years. I think what the success behind this is all the hard work that the council and that staff has put in over many, many years, from Mr. Hurtado's participation on the I-710 corridor program that after 10, 15 years of effort fell through because for budget reasons, that project envisioned having a bridge, to later fast forward to past administration and council members' involvement in the Alley River revitalization program that created this new bridge, vision for a bridge, to our current administration and the help of our city manager in bringing ideas to the table, like a multimodal bridge dedicated to just bus transit to try to minimize the impacts to residents or what have you. Fast forward to where we're at, we've managed to secure our first win of $500,000 for planning. I attribute that or I give that accomplishment the same credit that I do when we received our first grant for the Urban Orchard project, which was this vision beyond what we thought we could accomplish. It became the seed money to more. So we've got $500,000 now. We're now working on our second grant application where we're hoping to apply for somewhere between $5 to $8 million for these next phases of that bridge. But I do want to congratulate the council and the city as a whole for that accomplishment.
That's all? All right, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank the folks that are here still this evening. You're doing your civic duty, and all of you, so I really appreciate you. A few things. Let's see. I'll start with, well, some of the comments tonight from some of the audience, the residents, regarding the CWS. It's, I'm concerned with that, because Ms. Roldan, and they're still saying the smell and all of that. And then we walked it actually, and they're removing some of the compost. I know that. So there's some efforts to mitigate that, but they're saying it's still going on. So I'm concerned about that. I just want to, I know the staff's working with them, but it's not an easy thing. And I know we have a relationship with them, but it's important that we still continue to stay on top of that for that area of the community, because it is a concern. And then regarding the ice, I know that one of the ladies here today, Nancy Lopez, she did mention that this is a high, an area that is targeted by ice. And I just want to say that we have done several food distributions, Know Your Rights events. We had a gathering in front of City Hall, but all the elected officials in the region here. There was maybe, quite a bit of people here, including the mayor, myself, and others. We have a lawsuit. Okay, we have a class action lawsuit we're part of with other cities suing ICE. So we did a video. So we have taken steps, and maybe it's not out there, but we have, and we're still concerned about what is going on with ICE. I just want to mention that. Today, I had the opportunity to be part of the county meeting, item 9, item 18, which was the Cesar Chavez situation that's going on here in LA, and LA Unified had a meeting also where people, they basically passed the measure. But I was saddened that regarding the information that was released recently, a few days ago, regarding Cesar Chavez and his acts. It was a difficult revelation to that I think that our community stunned by that, because this is an icon that goes many years. I don't think there's nobody in our Latino community that has the track, the history, and named schools and buildings and streets after someone like Cesar Chavez. And so I was just, taken back by the allegations, or not allegations, or by Dolores Mission and two, well, now they're 60-year-olds that have said that unfortunately, so my heart goes out to those folks that were victims of the situation involving Cesar Chavez, and so just very, very sad. Anyways, just wanted to make some notes on that. I did attend the employee recognition. I know that we didn't have the hotel. We're cutting down on expenses. Some of us, and I had already missed 2 conferences. I don't go to certain things no more. We don't have lunch no more in our meetings before we meet. So we're and I know staff's doing other things to curtail spending. So that's a good thing, I think. But the employee recognition was well attended. I think it was a good event. We probably saved a lot of money by just doing a smaller thing. And so that was a good thing. I want to commend staff for doing that. It's important that we recognize our staff. And I know the mayor, myself, we had an opportunity to be at a Florida brunch, new restaurant on Tweedy. You got to go check it out. It's a nice place, good food, and leadership. The owners, we met 2 of the owner partners, great guys. David Fuentes has a number of restaurants. I think he's 28 restaurants, and they're different steak houses, and they're all over the place. I mean, so really, and his partner Juan Carlos. Yeah, he's the real estate guy. So they also purchased some other property right adjacent to that. So 2 other properties. So we'll see what they do with those 2 properties. So it's exciting that some businesses are investing in our community, especially along Tweedy. So that could change a lot of things. And then finally, I just want to, I want to say that I had an opportunity I want to thank Tina for meeting with, and the city manager meeting with the senior citizens last week and this week. I'm glad you did that. That's important. They were concerned about some of the reorganization, so I'm glad, and I'll be talking to them soon. So I'm really, and you're going to address the issue of not having a bilingual person. So I think that's important that folks, a lot of seniors speak Spanish, and so it's important that they're catered to. And then I had the last thing I'll say is I had an opportunity to be at the spa. The hot spa has been an issue at the pool, and a lot of people use it. And so I went with staff, with Ozzie Harrell, he's the superintendent, general maintenance, electrical division, and Arturo Cervantes, our public works director. And Kevin Holmes and others, and they broke it out down for me. So I don't want to break it down tonight because it's late. But the bottom line is that at least the hot spa is going to be working in about 3 weeks or so, mid-April. So we'll get it going again, and that's the good news. So at another time, I'll explain more what's going on. But just wanted to thank staff for working on these concerns. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'll be remiss if I didn't acknowledge one great professor of Chicano studies out at in the area of Cal State University Northridge, Dr. Rodolfo Acuña passed away. And he was Chicano Studies. I don't know if you know, but Cal State Northridge has one of the biggest Chicano Studies, and he was a big part of that. He wrote a book called Occupied America, and a lot of young people have read it. And he was a role model to many people, many students, and I just say he'll be definitely missed. And I just wonder if we can end the meeting on behalf of Mr. Dr. Acuña.
Thank you. As part of my duties as the LA County Sanitation District Board member, we've been meeting quite, well, we meet every twice a month, but one of the things that's been a topic that has been come up quite a bit is a rate increase that they're proposing. It's a Prop 218 is currently happening right now. And they are taking, the votes. So every resident in our city should have received a Prop 218 ballot. So the rates are projected to go up around $3 a month for the next 5 years. It's like $3, and it's a 5-year plan of it that would ultimately cost the resident over about $260 to $275 in our city within those 5 years time frame. The increases, right? I asked a lot of questions when it comes to finance of, why are we trying to do a increment amount when the amount that's being requested could be covered with a single one-time payment of $57. But they believe that the bonding and the breaking off of the rate increase to smaller amounts is the best way to do it. So it's less impactful to a resident to get a $3 fee for an increase for a certain number of years instead of a one-time payment, right? Of $55 or $56. So we're actively having that right now. So I want to make sure that the residents have it on their radar that is still going on, and it is projected to end. I believe in May is the cutoff for the protest votes, and then they would go ahead and bring it back to us to vote on that. So another rate increase that is coming to us. Now, if you're not familiar with LA County Sanitation, this is pretty much, they control all the flushing, that anything that exits your house, they make sure it goes to the right place, gets cleaned up, and it's reused, right? And a lot of the goals of the LA County Sanitation District is to be able to be 100% recyclable and reusable. There's a current project that's called the Clearwater Project, that their goal is to be able to build a water treatment center that will one day be able to clean up to 99% of all water that leaves our house, to be able to be reused in a method to be able to drink and consume, not just recycled water for irrigation. And with one day hope that would lower the need to be able to bring outside water, that we would be able to control our own water here locally. So big projects, I guess, require big funding, and that's why they doing the rate increase at this time. So just want to kind of report on that. Outside of this, I want to take a time that, just to thank. This Saturday we did a cleanup of the location of Ardmore in California on the train tracks with the Southgate Kiwanis and my organization, the Sela Kiwanis. We had a really good turnout. Over 25 people were there. But was really great was hearing the residents in the area come out and cheer us on as we were doing it, right? One resident came out and actually brought us sodas and chips and candies and said, "Hey, I see what you guys are doing. Thank you for your work," and really expressed our gratitude for a lot of our nonprofit organizations that have gone the extra mile during this time, especially our Kiwanis group here locally with all their all the events that they planned. So it was a great event. And I was happy that we were able to do it, and we hope that we can do more of it. And if you want to get involved, I just want to make sure I invite you guys all to follow the Southgate Kiwanis. They do a monthly cleanup, and it's posted on their social media. And we normally combine forces to help out and make sure that we make it a successful cleanup. My Sela Kiwanis was scheduled this weekend to have a food boxing event. We do food box events with the LA County Federation of Labor, where we box food. They just notified us that their building is unable to be used by volunteers right now because they're going through some construction, so we have to cancel that. So that notice has gone out for that, and we're trying to see if we can reschedule that for the following Saturday. A lot of this food goes to our community that is in need. They were great supporters during the beginning of the ice raids. We were able to distribute well over 5,000 boxes of food starting in June all the way to current to families that needed it, right? And we had a lot of nonprofits that went out and supported that. I know the Padres Unidos group, the Women's Club, they went out there to go box food. And what was great was a lot of these nonprofits know the families that needed the food because they were afraid to go out, and they were taking it directly to the parties that needed it. I know when we were making the initial deliveries, it was interesting. It was the first deliveries where you left it at the gate, and then next delivery at the same house, I was able to walk up to the door and put it at the door. And then by the third delivery at their house, they were actually waiting for me opening the door. And that's just the fear that our community is having, right? And we've witnessed it at every time we make those deliveries. And we know that food is a priority because a lot of these families are losing their primary breadwinner, and we want to make sure that we were able to provide that as quickly as possible. So really thankful of those organizations. So that's why we continue to support them as much as we can during when they need help for boxing. And then last, just really quickly, we are still looking for a few coaches for our Southgate Junior Athletic Association baseball division. We're looking for 2 coaches there. I also volunteer as a volunteer coach and a board member for the organization. I'm currently coaching a major softball team, which is 12-year-olds to 16-year-old girls. I have a 12-year-old daughter that's playing in the division, so she's the reason why I'm still out there running around. Pretty much, I'll be there tomorrow as well, right after this. So I think tomorrow, right? It's almost tomorrow. Yeah. All right.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, so the Prop 218 that's happening with the county sanitation, is that for all residents or only registered voters or only property owners?
Property owners.
Okay.
It goes to the property owner. Yes. Yeah. And those notices went out first week of March, I believe.
I do have a question on that because I know that where I live at the Thunderbird Villa, I don't think everybody gets one. I think just the property owner. Is that correct?
I don't have that knowledge. I'd have to see.
That's
Art
a
does
good
not look
question,
like
and
he
I
has
actually have a meeting with them tomorrow.
Can you find out
And I'll
because there's
bring that up.
239 units and I've not gotten one? And
maybe.
that's, so is it just one for the entire facility? Or does
For
each-
multifamily units, like even apartment buildings, right? Well, that would be
Right,
a
because-
similar question.
Right, and I ask that because even though we're leasing the space, I pay property taxes. And so I'm just curious, but I've never had,
When do those ballots go out?
It was early March. It was like first week.
I never
end of-
received
end of
one.
February, early March, because I got mine in the mail.
It was just a fly. It was just basically a flyer folded.
Yeah, and
Oh.
it said to
Probably missed it.
it said to
so
call
that's a
in.
yes vote automatically.
Wow, okay.
Right.
It is proper, yeah.
Yeah, but I'll verify that.
Yeah.
It's a Prop 218, so you have to.
If only one person votes, It passes.
Yeah, you have to vote against it to go through. It's a voting against to go through.
Mr. Mayor, can I just mention the Multicultural Women's Club hosted the Southgate Annual Women's Conference, and this year we always have great speakers, and I just want to thank all the sponsors who participated. We had 315 women showed up, so it was a great turnout.
Yeah. And then just to piggyback on my vice mayor's sentiment regarding what's going on currently, as a father of 3 daughters, I hope that the message that's being said right now is, don't be afraid to speak out, right? Because I think having to hold that in is I'm sure that there's a lot of trauma that has happened to them because of they having to hold that in for so long, and it just reminds us to remember that sometimes our great people can do really bad things too, and just that we be mindful of that, and that we believe, the accusers that are saying that something happened to them, that we give them the opportunity to speak their truth and to hear them out, and I think that's important.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If I could just piggyback on that, referring here to Cesar Chavez, and there was a reference before about the action of staff to, the action that was taken Monday morning was in consultation with the mayor, just for your information. And then I sent a summary with photos to the council with an explanation Monday morning to your emails. But one possible recommendation that I had mentioned there, and I didn't know if this is something you might want to direct tonight, as far as a possible idea, would be to send this to the park commission for their ideas as to, would the park, Cesar Chavez Park, remain with that name? Is there maybe a short list of 4 or 5 names they might want to think about, and then provide recommendations that would come back to council for further discussion? Because right now we do have it covered. If the majority council wants it all uncovered, we can do that, but we're just needing a little direction of where to head on that. And if, while I have the mic for just answering a few other questions that came up, the Tweedy Mile Advisory Committee has not met because of quorum. We're not having the members that have been appointed by council members enough show up, and that's the reason it's canceled. Our staff member keeps setting them up, and they keep getting canceled. And then street vendors agreed. It grieves me to see the vendors taking away business from our permit paying and our people that go there, but this is a quality of life issue that is just the tip of the iceberg. We've just gone over half of our departments. $9.4 million is less services. Where do we draw the line? We're going to have less PD, less code enforcement, less graffiti, less maintenance. We're going to have street lights that are out longer. We're going to have dark places. We're going to have trees that aren't trimmed as much. We're going to have graffiti. It's going to erode our quality of life, and we don't have an easy solution. Our police officers are, as the chief has mentioned, are struggling to get to 911 calls when they have to prioritize on a busy night. Street vending is obviously not helpful, but it's not the top priority. So I don't have an easy solution. We're going to brainstorm next week with our code folks to see if there's more we can do with our limited resources, but these are going to be the needs that our community are going to be demanding coming forward for all over the city. And I'm saddened to say I don't have a good solution with the amount of services we're going to be able to provide.
Thank you, City Manager. I know even at the, and I wanted to touch on it as well, the opening of the library, I was able to speak with the county supervisor and also with their staff about getting us some support from the county for the public health department to just come out and provide some assistance in that, right? Because it is a public health issue. It is something that should be addressed at that level, and we can help facilitate that. Just a reminder, we do have a process to get a permit for street vending. That's something that we put in place, I think early on when I joined council, in 2023, right? It was 2023.
2023.
Yeah, yeah, that's when that we had the meetings, and so I think that there's a process there in place. We're not anti-street vendor. We just want to make sure the process is being followed, so that way we can control the safety of how it's operating. Because there's always the question of liability, and I think that's something that we always want to remind ourselves is that if something happens for one of those vendors, spilling something or, whatever, that resident or that patron of that street vendor probably won't sue the street vendor. They'll probably sue the city for allowing it to happen. So we want to make sure we're following whatever process that is to keep the city safe and still allow the vendors to be able to operate. Because we have quite a bit that applied for a permit that are operating with our city permits as a street vendor. So want to go ahead and do that. But yes, and then lastly, again, the library, very happy that we finally have our library open. It was closed for over a year. I know that the librarian there was very excited of all the programming that they're ready to bring back to the area. There was a question regarding funding for the library, saying, how can $1.3 million come from the city, and what are we doing if we have a fiscal emergency? Just want to remind everybody that that was a county. It's a county library. County of Los Angeles County paid for the $1.3 million renovation. They redid the entire outside landscaping and painting of the outside, but they also redeveloped the entire inside of it with new areas to sit, with new technology, upgrade to a lot of their internet technology inside, and providing a new, more modern way of checking out books like they have at some of the larger libraries. So it was a step in the right direction, and was very happy to see the community out, and very happy that we finally have it open. So, and that'll be it. All right. So moving on to
Mayor, could I just, since the city manager mentioned that, I think I would like to give him guidance to move the rename, if that's the direction the council decides to do with the park.
Sending it over to
That
Parks
we,
and Rec
that we
Commission.
send it over to Parks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that we could go ahead.
I would agree with that as well.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'll pass it over to Tina. She'll make sure that's on the next agenda. Thank you for that guidance.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I didn't address the comment that was made earlier regarding public comments from the audience. Historically, we do not allow public comments. Haven't allowed it until our public hearing or our presentations. Sometimes it may seem as if it's later because, for instance, we had 3 items in our public hearings tonight. But historically, we don't allow it until our public hearings or presentations are done. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. I did have I was gonna send an email just to get if we ever did public comment like first, or if it's just
No, it's in our
today we had a front heavy open session area. So, all right, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to consent calendar. Is that Madam Clerk? Go ahead.
Consent calendar, I'm sorry, agenda items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are consent calendar items, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Item number 5, or sorry, open up to the audience. Yes, thank you. If any member of the audience has any comment regarding the consent calendar items, please step forward. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to hit on 6 and hopefully 8 as well. Okay, so again, council members, you people are trash. You people truly are street trash. And not only are you street trash, so is your director of public works. So this item, number 6, with this 80-ton chiller. So on June 27th, 2023, the council members voted and approved to spend $103,249 from general fund money to purchase this 80-ton chiller. This 80-ton chiller was supposed to be used for the police department building to replace the old one that's dying out and needs to be upgraded. And in the item report for item 6 here, it states that it currently has a 30-ton chiller, and that now you're going to sell this one off, this 80-ton chiller, at auction, and you're just going to get a fraction of the cost of what the city spent for it. So I went back and listened to the audio for this June 27, 2023 meeting, and what does Mr. Cervantes say? 3 times in the recording, he says that this chiller is appropriately sized for this building. If that's the case, why isn't the city making use of it? I got another question for you. You're going to do the remodel on the courthouse building. So why aren't you just tarping up this 80-ton chiller, duct taping it, and saving it for the courthouse? Why are you going to sell it off and only get a fraction of what you paid for it when you can easily put it to use with the courthouse project? And eventually, you're going to have to purchase a chiller for that building as well. Well, it only makes sense to me that you make use of this 80-ton chiller. And the thing also, this is what I mean when I say our council members aren't being critical of the agenda and looking at the decisions that they're making with these expenses. I mean, you blew 103,000 plus from general fund money to buy this thing. Now you're going to auction it off and get a fraction of it. That's a joke. Regarding number 8, so again, the former director of Parks and Recreation, you allowed him to retire and skip out on the city without having completed a single one of these projects that were assigned to receive CDBG funds. His department received $1 million on a platter from the Citizens Advisory Committee last year. And what did he do? He didn't do a single thing in terms of moving these projects forward and getting them done. One of them just made it on here tonight with the Gardendale Tot Lot. This thing is late. It should have been done and completed last year. Again, you wonder why I say I live in a ripoff city run by a bunch of ripoff artists. Well, Steve Costley, much like our council members, he's another ripoff artist that were being denied these projects, and you keep giving your staff a pass. Why do you set the bar so low for our city? You should be whipping them and pushing them to take our city to new heights.
Good evening. To save time, I'll speak in English. But I wanted to address item number 8. I'm actually really grateful, and I want to thank our park staff for taking this on. As a parent who's gone several times to that park, I know a lot of other parents take their kids to that park because it's shaded and it's perfect during this summer heat. And we've all noticed the problem with the poop. It's not just cats, it's coyote poop. It's very unsanitary, and so I really appreciate that you guys are finally going to be able to get this through. And yeah, I think it's definitely a priority, for health and safety reasons. So thanks again.
Okay, seeing nobody else, I'll go ahead and close the public comments. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, no emails. I'll bring it back to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
So this chiller was purchased back in 2023. So what safeguards do we have that exist that prevent us from purchasing items prematurely before the projects even come to fruition? Go ahead.
Yeah, let me try to kind of tell you the background so that there can be a better understanding of what's happening here. I mean, if we look at an action and we don't take into consideration the whole, we're just looking at the part, we're really not understanding what the benefits were to the city of having changed direction. I put a slide up there to kind of help walk you through the process of what happened here, but I'd like to bring to your attention the bottom of that slide, where at the end of the day, what is the bottom line here in this change in direction? There's an estimated loss of 75,000, but there was a cost avoidance of 5.7 million of having changed direction. So let me walk you through how we got to this point. So The HVAC system at the police department had significantly deteriorated and was no longer properly cooling the facility. As a result, the city was spending over $400,000 in rental equipment to keep that facility cool temporarily. Meanwhile, we were trying to figure out what direction we were going to go with that. At some point in time, the city council approved a $3.4 million project to replace and expand the existing system. So the idea was there to not fix it, but replace and expand it. And as a strategic move, the city, the staff, we decided to recommend to the council that we purchase this chiller in advance of that construction the design and construction being completed. Why? Because in spending this $100,000 in advance, that would, in essence, save us more than $400,000 in rental costs again. So the idea was you buy it in advance, you make use of all this time while the project was going to be under design and bidding and what have you to order the equipment so that down the line you can actually save $400,000. However, once the design was completed and the construction bids came in, we got one bid, unfortunately. The project came in at over $7 million in total cost. So at that point in time, we either come back to the council and we say, we've purchased this $100,000 chiller, give us $4 million more, or let's change direction and change the strategy of what we're doing. So we changed strategies here, and rather than attempting to fix the HVAC system with a turnkey type system where we'd spend $7 million for a system to blow air through the entire through the entire police station, we decided we got to bifurcate this project and break it up into two. We keep the older system, which requires a much smaller chiller, and we fix the jail area through a separate HVAC system. So that change in direction came in at about $1.2 million in terms of an estimate. So the more prudent and responsible thing here was to change direction and recommend a fix to the HVAC system at the police station with a much more cost-effective route. So unfortunately, we would have liked to have used this chiller. Just using the chiller alone because of its capacity to feed the entire police station would have cost us $700,000. So let's say we did want to keep it. If we wanted to keep it and have what would now be an oversized chiller for that new method, we would have spent $700,000. That's 7 times the cost of that $100,000 chiller. So we decided that this change in direction and this new strategy yielding a cost avoidance of $5.7 million as opposed to the $75,000 loss was a prudent path forward. So that's what we got to this point. Unfortunately, these chillers are custom made. It was custom made for the police department. We can't save it for the courthouse. We couldn't sell it to others for the same reason that is custom made. So our only option was to surplus it. And unfortunately, there is a loss, but that loss came with the cost avoidance of $5.7 million. So that's how we got to this point.
So again, it goes back to policy. I mean, are we purchasing a lot of these items before these capital improvement plans have been approved?
No, the reason
Again,
that
it came out of general fund, so now we're $75,000 less. I understand we were spending $450,000 for the coolers at the time.
And Arturo, if I may as well, just because it's kind of tied into her question, our councilwoman's question. I know during the time when we were purchasing the chiller, it was coming out of COVID. These products were very hard to get at the time. I remember it was one of those things where we needed to be urgent to try to secure the product. And can we speak on that as well?
Absolutely. Two parts to that. And so the reason we don't purchase equipment in advance is something that we just don't do as a policy. In this case, we decided to because of that potential savings of over $400,000 in rental equipment. Second, this custom chiller had a 10-month to 12-month lead time, right? And so that's what we were talking about. So yes, they're not easy to, you can't just purchase them off the shelf. Otherwise, we would have said, well, let's just wait till the project is over. It's just that the lead time was 10 to 12 months that we decided to, as a strategic move, to just order it in advance, save that 10 months, because otherwise the end result could have been we designed the project, it comes in at within budget, let's presume that it did, and then we sit there and we wait another year before the contractor could actually get it. We spend 4 times the cost of the chiller just because we decided to wait. So it just seemed more prudent that while we don't have a policy to purchase in advance, we did it in this particular case because it made sense. Unfortunately, the project came in over budget and it was more prudent to redirect.
Thank you. The other one was item number 7. So are these improvements being distributed fairly across neighborhoods that are especially of high need areas? And would a scheduled maintenance program reduce the need for large change orders?
Yeah, council member, I didn't catch the first question. What was your first question?
Are improvements being distributed
Are,
fairly
what's that
across-
word you're saying? Are
Distributed.
Are
Distributed?
improvements being distributed? Okay.
Are the improvements being distributed fairly across neighborhoods, especially those in high need areas?
Yeah, so the answer to that is yes. We've got a traffic engineering section that is looking at high priority areas before we're making decisions to invest. This particular project, for example, initially started adjacent to schools when we decided that we needed to make additional improvements. We looked at what areas of the city hadn't we worked on, and Southern was one of those. Southern is a high priority area. It's got a lot of striping that needs to be redone. You've got, your bike trails, your pedestrian trails. You've got all those crossings between, they're offset from the intersection. And so we felt it was prudent to choose those areas. And then State Street is one of our major arterials that we felt we've needed to prioritize. But the reason for a large change order is really there was a large savings. So because of the strategy that was used by the engineering division up front, there was a really large savings on this project. I think the initial project came in somewhere in the over $100,000 under budget. So when you're in a predicament where you've got a contractor on board that gave you a bid that is so low, you've got $100,000 left over, and the question for you is, what's the best use of the money, and what is the most cost-effective way to use that money? And it usually isn't sit on it, design another project, wait another year before that project is completed while construction costs go up. You're usually going to pay more. Usually the most cost-effective way to use that savings is to process a change order. You get the benefit of those unit costs that were already bid. So you're not paying for an inflated cost, you're paying for a cost that was already bid. So the reason for a large change order really was that large success of huge savings upfront. So that's how we got to this point.
I'm sorry to ask for a quick pause right now. Our city clerk has asked for a quick break, and I'm going to make sure I award that. We'll just take a quick break. Thank you.
Mario, what's the B on your cap for? It's just a hat you found. It's not Boston, though, right? No. What was that again?
Oh, okay, okay.
Huh? No. Okay. Yeah. What do you really have in here?
Do we need the city attorney around there?
Just don't do anything bad, guys. All right. Madam Clerk, are we good to go? All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
So, Councilwoman Avalos, I know you were ready to ask a question.
Arturo, so when a change order exceeds the original contract amount, are we required to do a rebidding or additional review?
No, we're not. That's a really good question.
Because it's a new project. That's why I'm asking.
When the city has a contract with a vendor, the city has the ability to enter into a change order with that contractor regardless of the costs. When the change order exceeds the cost of the original contract, that's certainly a consideration. In these particular cases, when the contract dollar amounts are low, $100,000, $150,000 may sound like a lot of money, but in the public works world, it's a really small dollar amount. It makes more sense to negotiate change orders at that point in time. It just avoids a lot of time. It avoids a lot more design monies. There's just a lot of cost savings built in. So we felt comfortable proceeding with the change order in this particular case. I do want to correct for the record the location of the work that was performed. I mentioned Southern Avenue and State. It was Southern Avenue from State Street to Bosler, and then Hildreth Avenue from Tweedy to Southern. Hildreth, the improvements that we put on Hildreth is that new buffer area where the folks that are jogging on the street are now using that, and so we felt that was an important improvement to complete as timely as possible.
Thank you.
Particularly for safety there.
And for item number 8, what contingency plan exists if the project misses the May 30th, 2026 CDBG deadline? And are there risks
For
of
item number,
costs that overrun beyond the 20,000 that has been set aside as a contingency?
did you say for item number 8?
Yes.
So for item number 8, we've spoken to the contractor. We think that that's a 30-day job. We don't see a risk with this job going beyond our May 30th deadline.
Okay. And so we're good with that 20,000 contingency fee?
Yes.
Okay.
And for item number 9, why was the original amount of the ARPA allocation 3 million, which was significantly higher than the final cost of $2 million. And how are we going to be spending that remaining ARPA funds? Are we
Yes.
going to use it, reallocate it? And like,
So the full expenditure on this project was $3 million. There were soft costs that were also spent. Right now, we're doing a analysis of the final cost as we're trying to close this out. But the project manager has reported to me that he believes that the majority of the $3 million has been spent. I will tell you that. Why did we start with a $3 million budget? We actually started with a $4 million budget. The city was looking for how to best spend all of the ARPA funds that it received. At some point in time, because the ARPA funds were distributed amongst other improvements, that budget was reduced to $3 million with the idea that we could spend the entire $3 million on this particular project. We had a contractor that submitted a good bid. There was several change orders and several changes that were made. At the end of the day, they balanced out with the final contract cost that was actually, despite the change orders, below the original contract amount. So we did make use of the monies that we had remaining, and we think we're pretty close to the full $3 million expenditure. But at this point in time, we're still doing the final accounting, and we'll bring that back.
okay, thank you. And then item number 10. Again, can the city realistically complete this project by the May 30th deadline? And what safeguards are we ensuring that the quality is not compromised due to the accelerated timelines?
Well, that's a really good question. Ultimately, we've spoken to a contractor that has now been hired by the city, I believe maybe 4 times, to work on major roadway improvements for us, including the completion of 20 Mile, Long Beach Boulevard, Garfield, and our prior residential resurfacing project. He's a proven contractor, Sequel Construction. He's a proven contractor. He's committed to us that he can complete the work within this schedule. I think in terms of safeguards, we would like to have safeguards. What we just don't have is time. But we have commitments from the contractor that they believe that they can complete this project by May 30th.
So there was no bid on this specific project?
There is no bid. This is the discussion that we had last week, that ultimately we found out that this monies was made available or was available for use. Otherwise, if it's not spent by May 30th, the city would lose the money. Public Works committed to being able to spend that money if we use this particular strategy, meaning we take a CDBG compliant contract, we process a change order, and we are able to give that contractor NTP. If we had to go through the standard design bid build process, we'd be a year out from being able to complete this project. So this was the only way that we would be able to use these funds by May 30th. Otherwise, city would lose the funds.
So the original appropriation was 758. But then for item number 6, it's 879, not to exceed. But then it's giving the city manager up to change orders of 100,000. Where are we getting that additional 100,000?
The project that is before you tonight is a residential resurfacing project, phase 5 project. That's actually a much larger project that includes a larger scope of work than what you're awarding tonight. When the money became available, we realized that we could tap into this project where design work had already advanced, and we could make use of that work to be able to fund that with those CDBG monies. When the bid from the contractor came in, that dollar amount was higher. Well, because we're part of the residential resurfacing project, we have money in that project to be able to fund the difference. So the money for that you're seeing here, and what we're asking that you authorize the city manager to approve and change orders if needed. It's all budgeted within the residential resurfacing project, so it's already
It's
within.
not general fund.
It's not general fund. Yeah.
Thank you. And the last one, I think, is item number 11. What's the expected lifespan of this new equipment?
I don't know the expected lifespan of this new equipment. It's not something that I looked into, but I know that this type of equipment lasts us a pretty long time. The current unit that we have that finally failed is 20 years old. And so I don't know by design what the expected lifetime is, but we can expect that equipment like this can last us for many years to
Do
come.
you have an estimate of what the annual maintenance would be on this?
Yeah, I don't have an estimate of the annual maintenance either, but it's certainly something that I can provide.
Okay. And I believe those are all my questions. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Number 12. Chief Arana. So this is an electric vehicle, am I correct?
No, I don't think it's an electric vehicle, ma'am. I think it's a fuel vehicle.
It's a regular gas one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would it be wise to get a hybrid just because apparently we're moving more into those electrical?
That is correct. However, the purpose of this truck is to be able to tow the traffic trailer, which is a heavy trailer with equipment. And for towing purpose, fuel is better than
Is
electric.
best?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilmember Hurtado.
Yeah, I was telling him I've been waiting since yesterday to bring this up. So yeah, look, so we have a lot of vacant lots throughout the city, and one of them is there on the Bosler. We actually had an opportunity to bring, I think there was a Popeyes that was interested in coming in, but because we didn't have this, zone change, they took off. Not that I benefit from that. I'm a vegetarian, so I don't eat that, but I know a lot of people do like that chicken. You like it? Yeah, I know. And so moving on something like this is very important, but it brings to one of the questions that was raised during the non-agenda items had to do with the work over on Long Beach Boulevard, and while we're making that lot, when that item comes up, see if you can give a little bit of the history of that. I think Raul can remember some of that as well. That used to be a bar.
A bar.
It was a
Fort Knox.
Fort Knox.
I
Those
know.
of
Worked every day.
us old people remember that. Yeah, it was not that I went to that. I never
walked
went
it
to
every
that.
time I went to Southgate High, Southgate Middle, and it's not
Ye-
a nice place. It was
No,
not a
it was
nice
not.
place.
It was actually a problem for our PD quite a bit. But what happens is that it's been vacant for such a long time that I think bringing a little bit of that history might be necessary, right? Because it's not that big of a place anyway. It's not that big of a place, and so it's hard to find some buyer for it. But yeah, if you can give a little bit of history. On item number 6, I'm glad that Mario Dominguez brought this up because when I saw that, again, I knew a little bit of the background on it, but I had a conversation with the city manager and I told him, I said, look, that's going to be a hot item potentially, and you might have to have the director kind of sort of be ready to explain that away. From where we sat back in the time when we bought the chiller, it made total sense. We knew what the urgency was. And the decision that is being brought up today is, I totally get it, makes sense. But from where they sit out there, you can see why it would be like, why they do that? What a waste of money.
And it might still be that way, right, in the minds, but the actual savings on it and the reasons behind it totally makes sense. But I want to make sure that it makes sense to them as well. Let's see what else I had. Yeah, that area there on Gardendale needed some work, so I'm glad that that's moving along. Huh? On that one, I don't live near that. Not the Gardendale one, no. That's by, Bill DeWitt would have recused himself. He's right across the street from that. I'm not Bill DeWitt. And that is about it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I am ready to move ahead with moving forward. I'll make a motion 5 through 13, then we go move forward.
We have a first and second.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes, except I am recusing myself from item number 10 as it involves frontage road and I live within 500 feet.
Thank you. Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes, and I'm recusing myself from item number 9 because some of the sewer project took place near my home.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead to the next item. Item number 14.
City Council will consider approving the warrant register for March 24th, 2026. The grand total is $3,120,960.65. Cancellations are none. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and turn it over to our city auditor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, open it up to the public, the warrants. Any questions?
So let me see if I got this right. The city fucked up Popeyes. Is that right? You fucked up the Popeyes franchise. We're not going to get it. Is that right? Okay, that's great. Because the city doesn't have its act together. All right, I got it. All right, so you guys, 3.1 million is the warrant here. And the thing I want to say about the warrants and the council members, again, council members, you people are trash. You truly are street trash. As evidence with which bullshit item was this? Item 6. What? Right? What? No, that's not. Item 6 with the chiller. You cannot continue to do business the way you've been doing it for the past 15, 20 years with these careless expenditures. And like I said, the fifth cost driver here as to why these warrants are what they are is because it's the council members. You guys are the fifth cost driver here. You want to divorce yourself and remove yourself from the financial crisis that we're in. And council members, you cannot continue to do business the way you've been doing business for the past 15, 20 years. That way is dead. That is in the rearview mirror. If you continue upon this course, you will be the ruination of our city. All in with that.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public comments, bring it back to council. Any questions related to them? Emails?
We have no emails, Mr. Vice Mayor.
You do?
No.
Okay. Councilmember, is there a motion?
I'm just curious. I know that there's been comments about the Lululemon hat and the Dr. Martin.
Lululemon.
Which department ordered them and who was it for?
So the Parks and Rec Department has an allowance staff get for their uniform. They have to wear a uniform at work, and in situations like that, they're providing an allowance. And it's an amount. And so we had somebody within the amount from that department buy the brand Doc Martin, and for pants, the brand Lululemon. They didn't spend $18,000 on it. It was the brand, and it's being highlighted as the end of days, but the amount was within the allowance. And so, Tina, is there any, I think that's essentially the issue. We've, I guess, I don't know if some other brand, we often get Nike shoes. If that becomes bad, then we'll get Converse. I don't know. The idea is just it's by an amount. So if they have a certain amount for pants and they can get a certain brand within the amount, we're still being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. But if, I think there's on social media, there's an attempt to make everything end of days. So
Yes.
that's just some fun people are having, but yeah, Tina?
And we are working on a alternative to that and trying to streamline a process to where they can purchase from only specific vendors or certain things, just so that it doesn't come up and doesn't look so bad. Because I understand.
You have do they have?
Well,
Yeah, I'm sorry. We can't
can't
go back and
take-
forth, but but I was the one who started it because I know she's got a uniform place and maybe, and again, look, I started with the post office as a letter carrier and they would tell us, this is what you have as an allotment. And there were some vendors that would come in and there were some places where I can go and buy. And, you want to make sure you have enough changes to, change. But I remember having a place that I would go where it would be cheaper. That way I can buy more pairs of pants, more shirts, and so on. But as long as you're within the limit, I said limit, not lemon, then it's quite all right. I think we do that. But again, I think it has to do a little bit with a lot of the intent of making someone look bad. I know that in the previous one, there were 3 people from the PD that went to a training session, right? A seminar of some sort out in San Diego. And it just happens to be at a town and country. And even though it's already been explained to death, it's up again by the same social media page that wants to, look at Gil Hurtado, Joshua, and Maria went to town and country, and that's just not the case. But I'm glad you brought that up,
Yeah.
all
Councilman.
right. What's the wishes of council on warrants? There's a
Second.
motion. Second, City Clerk. Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila? Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Motion to adjourn in the memories of all the people that were named earlier.
Yes, and I want to make sure I get every name. I do have Gianna Lorenzo from St. Helen, PK, Rudy Ponce Estrada, father of our executive assistant, Alicia Estrada, and then I know
The Rudy Acuna.
Mr. Acuna, Dr. Acuna, he was a professor of Chicano studies at Cal State Northridge. So thank you very all, and thank you all for being here today. We are adjourned.